I think it's fast. Well, I just turned 6 on the phones.
I was gonna say, everybody's got a phone.
It's a.
Yeah, I got 6 o'clock.
I used to wear a watch, all this stuff. I'm like, man, I have so much redundant things with time. Do I need? Good for you. Sure.
I love watches. What I do is when I travel, I leave it set to so no matter where I go, you know.
And on the consent,
Yeah.
I'm doing the highlights on the Arbor Day and Earth Day, and then I'm reading this one, but they'll take care of everything else.
You're gonna just hit highlights.
Yeah, okay. Town Council meeting for Monday, March the 23rd, 2026 will be in order. I have some adjustments to the agenda that I'd like to read. There'll be a recognition of Doug Dirth. We're removing the MSD board appointment from the consent agenda. There'll be a discussion item before the quarterly reports for discussion concerning the pedestrian bridge over Merriman Avenue, and add to the closed session, which we'll have at the end of the regular session, item to discuss the price or other material terms of a possible real property purchase contract. It is the duty of the mayor and every town council member to avoid both conflicts of interest.
Let's approve that agenda change.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, thank you. Should like to make.
I'll make a motion to accept the amended agenda for tonight's meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you for doing that. Feel free anytime. So it's the duty of the mayor and every town council member to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflicts. Does any member have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before town council tonight? As members indicate there are no conflicts. With that, we'll be moving on. We'd like to take a moment to recognize Doug Dirth, and Councilwoman Jennifer Young will be reading that.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Jennifer Young, and I'm part of Weaverville Town Council. I have been very honored to be a friend of Doug Dirth, and these are 2 of his 3 lovely granddaughters here tonight. I have Sarah, I have Lauren, and I thank you for being here to accept this proclamation on his behalf. Doug was not able to be here tonight, but we do want to give him this certificate of appreciation. Whereas Douglas H. Dirth has an unparalleled history of serving the public through his military service, high-level intelligence work, and local leadership. Whereas a veteran of some 27 years in the intelligence business, has had assignments dealing with Southeast Asia and Middle Eastern affairs, counterterrorism, and crisis management, and has served as tactical, operational, and strategic levels. And whereas Dirth's prior position include Special Assistant to the Executive Director for the Defense Intelligence Agency, Advisor to the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Special Operations Command, and faculty member at the United States Army War College, providing, among other things, lectures on national security issues in North America, the United Kingdom, and Western Europe. And whereas he served in both military and civilian capacities in the Republic of Vietnam, holds degrees in international relations and political science, and is a graduate of the United States Army War College. And whereas he also served as course director and senior instructor at both the Joint Military Intelligence Training Center in Washington, D.C., and the Defense Intelligence and Security School in Chicksands, United Kingdom. And he was contributing co-editor of the Cyber War Book series published by AFCEA International Press, and served as board member of the Journal of Information Warfare. And whereas Dearth has been an active member of the Weaverville community for many years and has served the town through many years of work on the planning board, the MSD board, Metropolitan Sewer Board, served the town council from 2009 to 2017, and continues to support and guide those newly elected town council members like myself. Whereas through his work and others on the Main Street Nature Park Committee and the Conservation Board, Dearth was also instrumental in establishing this beautiful and well-visited Main Street Nature Park. And whereas on the local boards that he has served on, Dearth has been named for his intelligence, strategic thinking, sharp wit, and an inexhaustible commitment to the best interests of the citizens of Weaverville. Now, therefore, the town of Weaverville celebrates and honors Douglas H. Dearth for his exemplary military service, high-level intelligence work, and for his civic responsibility and steadfast dedication to the United States and to the town of Weaverville through his leadership and guidance.
Thank you very much. Well done. So, Mr. Town Manager, you have a hard act to follow,
All
sir.
right. Mr. Mayor, Council, tonight for your consent agenda, starting off on page 2 is your monthly tax report. 98.16 of the town's property taxes have been collected as of the end of February, totaling $4,762,943.48. Moving along to page 8, we have a budget amendment. The town has received a $5,000 donation from Walmart for our Cops for Kids program in March of '26, bringing the fiscal year-to-date total donations of $12,237.90 for our police department. The town received a donation from the public of $194 for the fire department. Moving along to page 10, for our Land of Sky, Mayor Lawrence has been asked to serve on the Land of Sky Regional Council as an alternate delegate so that he can participate in committees as needed as appropriate. It's also noted that Councilmember Young is the primary delegate for the Land of Sky, and Councilmember Indries is the alternate on that. On page 11, our capital projects ordinance for our the town received a grant for $4 million from USACE, our Army Corps of Engineers, for system improvements. The council approved this project as a partnership on February the 2nd of '26. There's a maximum of $1.3 million cost share that the town would need to contribute to in order to maximize the award amounts, which results in $5.3 million in capital improvements being accomplished. The town will need to budget for these cost share expenditures through a capital project ordinance. One is attached for your consideration. $100,000 is owed to cover the town's cost share for the engineering design and phase 1. The budget amendment is attached for that purpose, showing that. Moving along to page 15, your water treatment resiliency project for change order number 2. TP Howard has been working at the water treatment plant on resiliency projects that included the installation of a backup generator and raw water intake and the chlorine gas conversion. The proposed change order 2 substitutes a smaller chemical storage tank that results in a cost savings of $6,648. The Public Works Director recommended this change. The new manager has been approved, and we are seeking town council ratification to this change order with the deduction shown. Moving along to page 21 is our street paving project for a change order 2025 street paving project with C&T Paving is nearing completion with all the streets identified for paving in the original contract. And change order 1 has been completed. Public Works recommends the Town Council consider change order 2. That adds a portion of Lakeshore Drive to the project and some work along Main Street to improve and add handicap parking spaces in front of Town Hall and near the public library. Added cost of this project is $96,270. The ADA handicap parking spaces along Main Street in front of Town Hall and reworking the sidewalk added a cost of $17,392. ADA handicap parking spaces along Main Street in front of the library added a cost of $9,028. The ADA handicap parking space along Main Street in front of the First Baptist Church added a cost of $11,000. Again, for the total recommended change of order is $133,690. Staff recommends change order number 2 for the totals of $133,690, which results in total project cost through change order 2 of $802,265.50, which is still well under our budgeted amount of $993,111. On page 22, your comprehensive land use plan. The council is asked to schedule a public hearing on the updated comprehensive land use plan. The town council and the planning board recently discussed new priorities at its joint meeting for February 9th and 26th. General Statutes 160D 501 requires that amendments to the comprehensive land use plan follow the same procedures as the text minute. So a formal recommendation from the planning board and a public hearing are required prior to any action taken by council. On March the 2nd of 26, the planning board formally reviewed the new revisions of the comprehensive land use plan and recommends the town council consider it for adoption. Staff is proposing that a public hearing on this matter be held on April 27th, 2026 at 6 p.m. or as soon as town council can reach the matter here in the council chambers. On page 24, a code amendment to chapter 20 regarding the comprehensive land use that was updated in January, for the crypto. So, So the current goals of the comprehensive land use plan were last updated in 2025 and calls for continuous review of the zoning regulations to ensure statutory compliance and consistency with the stated goals. In this case, the crypto mining and data centers, when new users are encountered by, should be amended and addressed by the land development regulations due to this issue closely resembling noxious uses due to power and water consumptions as well as noise generation. Staff proposes the attached text amendment to include crypto mining and data center in this category. As such, establishments of this use will be subject to conditional district review. Town council is again asked to set a public hearing on the proposed text amendment for April 27th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Here in council chambers. Moving along on page 27, a couple of proclamation of Arbor Day. Trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoils by wind, water, cool our earth while monitoring the temperature, clean the air, and produce life-giving oxygen and provide habitat for our wildlife. Whereas the town of Weaverville has been recognized for 35 years as Tree City USA by our Arbordation Foundation. The mayor has declared April 16th of 2026 as Arbor Day. The town is celebrating a tree planting at Lake Louise, south side across from the water wheel, beginning at 10 a.m. on April 16th, 2026, in our commitment to our community to celebrate Arbor Day. And our next one is the Earth Day, Town of Weaverville's Earth Day proclamation of 2026, whereas on April 22nd, 1970, millions of people took to the streets to protect the negative impacts of 150 years of industrial development, and since then millions of people have celebrated Earth Day in order to increase awareness among people of the issues affecting the environment in which we live. Celebrated with the town of Weaverville as the newest butterfly station is dedicated on April 22nd, 2026, Earth Day at 12 p.m. at the Clock Lot, 11 North Main Street, Weaverville. Some other items on that is plant pollinator, friendly grass, wildflower shrubs and trees, support renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydroelectrics, considerable renewable energy sources for your homes, business, and vehicles. So the next item is our proclamation for our National Line Workers. So if we could have Mr. Coleman Higgins, Dylan Lackley, and Ben White make your way to the podium, please. And now we'll go over a proclamation recognizing our National Line Workers Appreciation Day. And while they're making their way to the podium, as you're aware, I mean, it's not just the preventive maintenance aspect of work you see taking place downtown, but they're also used in emergency response situations, whether it be house fires, whether it be Helene or winter storm weather, as we recently experienced with some of our ice inclement weather. So this agency does a lot. You're quick to not so much recognize them when your power's out for extended times, and we fail to recognize them when opportunities when they do good work. So we want to take this opportunity tonight to recognize them. April 18th is National Line Workers Appreciation Day, whereas on April 10th, 2013, a resolution was passed in the United States Senate to recognize April 18th annual as National Lineman's Line Worker Appreciation Day, whereas the profession of electrical line worker is steeped in personal, family, and professional traditions, whereas the line workers are often first responders during storms or catastrophic events, working to make a scene safe for other public safety officials and to expedite the return of vital electrical powers to our communities. And whereas these brave men and women work with thousands of volts of electricity, high-top power lines 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, risking and sometimes losing their lives to keep electricity flowing. And whereas line workers are often faced with dangerous conditions far from their families as they work to construct and maintain energy infrastructure throughout the state of North Carolina and the United States. Whereas line workers must use their technical knowledge, physical strength, ingenuity to achieve success in challenges they face every day. And whereas the town of Weaverville thanks these skilled and heroic line workers who brave hurricanes, ice storms, snowstorms, floods, and other natural disasters to maintain our community's energy grid. Mayor Lawrence has issued this proclamation to proclaim April 18, 2026 as Line Worker Appreciation Day in the town of Weaverville. Thank you for your service tonight. Mayor, Council, that concludes our consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Manager Harris?
Yes, sir.
One or maybe two questions. With respect to the downsizing of the sanitizer storage tanks from T.P. Howard's proposal, my question would be, and maybe this can be directed to our Public Works Director, is the 8,700 gallon storage, is that sized to our current water plant capacity or our future water plant capacity?
Yes, sir. In the engineer's drawing, they looked at that, reviewed it, that it will accommodate the future growth.
Perfect,
Yes, sir.
okay. Second is on the text amendment issue. We're talking about crypto mining and data centers, and I'll point out that the federal government now has acquired 11 idle factories to use as ICE prisons, and maybe we should include some language, in that amendment to that point.
That's something that would have to go back before the planning board, but that certainly is something we can take a look at.
Okay, super, thank you.
And again, council member, I mean, as stuff comes before the planning board, I mean, obviously, on things like that, if we use it as conditional zoning district, that's another way to do that as well.
Super.
I just have one comment regarding the appointment of Mayor Lawrence to the Land and Sky Regional Council. That gives us 2 alternates. If only one's needed, I'm happy to defer my status and give it to Mr. Lawrence. Or we can keep both too, that's fine as well.
It looked like there were, most folks had a primary and 2 alternates. So
Okay.
that looked like it was the most common situation.
Okay, very
But I'm
good.
sure if you need to pull off, I'm sure town council.
No, I was just
Kind of a
deferring to
belt.
the mayor.
Kind of a belt and suspenders kind of thing. Is there a motion?
There was a motion.
To approve.
Not yet.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Moving along to the manager's report, Land and Sky Regional Council has assisted the town with submitting our 2026 Land and Water Fund Restoration Grant application, requesting an additional $135,700 in grant funding for this project. And again, that is for our Main Street Nature Project and stormwater. So, MPO grant for updated Rims Creek Greenway feasibility study. We're told that the town's application for grant funding to update the Rims Creek Greenway feasibility study was not awarded by the French Broad River MPO. Town staff will continue to look for ways to advance the Greenway projects as they are important to our community. And again, as I go through these, I'm trying to pause at the end if we got any questions instead of getting all the way through it in a hurried fashion and then you have to come back. So if there's any topics that you got a question on as we go through it, by all means, feel free to ask those. Our clock lot and butterfly update. The butterfly was installed at the clock lot on the north side of the clock on Monday, March the 9th. Public Works has worked hard to refresh this area so that it can be used for public for some outdoor needed dining and gathering spaces. The garden club is working on the garden beds and getting those ready for spring. And again, we've had a lot of positive comments for the hard work that Public Works put in up there to be able to have some outdoor seating in that area, which was the plan moving forward in that. Update on our fire chief process. There were approximately 35 applicants received for the fire chief position. 12 were invited for a multi-part first phase that took place on February 24th and 25th. First phase consisted of a written assignment and virtual interviews. 5 candidates were selected to move forward to the next phase of the process, which occurred on March the 9th and 10th. That consisted of a budget presentation, HR personnel role play scenario, and a Q&A session. We were very fortunate to have qualified applicants for locally as well as from out of state. Chief Ray Canifax, who's a retired deputy chief from the city of Huntington, West Virginia Fire Department, has accepted the job and will start on April 20th. There's a press release attached in your packet on that. Recognizing some of our Public Works personnel for some certifications recently received, and you'll see more about this in our Public Works presentation tonight from Director Reese. But several of our employees tested this month are now certified. David Fisher received his Class C water distribution certification. Thomas Rigo received his Class C surface water certification. Clayton Holler received his Class C surface water certification. Josh Evans received his Physical Chemical 1 certification. And Jeremy Hyatt received his Stormwater Inspection and Maintenance certification. These are all very valuable certifications in that division. As you are aware, stormwater in itself is an unfunded mandate from the state, so we have a lot of challenges facing that. We've been fortunate to work with Land and Sky and now have some of our own staff certified in stormwater as well. Invasive plant workday in the Main Street Nature Park was pretty successful previously when we conducted that. Weaverville is hosting its second invasive plant workday in the Main Street Nature Park on March the 25th from 8:30 to noon. Through a generous anonymous donation, WNC Community Foundation, the town has engaged an arborist to remove invasive plants from the Main Street Nature Park and teach the public about the proper handling of certain invasive plants through hands-on work. Volunteers can sign up through the Greenworks or just show up. Either way, volunteers are asked to park at the parking lot and dress in appropriate outdoor gear and work boots for hillside work. Again, our Arbor Day program, the Tree Board has been working on the program for Arbor Day, and the public is invited to attend this program on Thursday, April 16th at 10 a.m. The event is Rain or Shine and will be held on the south side of Lake Louise. Inclement weather location is at the community center. We will replant our tree canopy with a Carolina silver bell native to the southeastern region. We will also celebrate the creativity and talent of our local youth as we showcase the poetry and artwork of the North Buncombe Middle School and high school students. Students' artwork and poetry will be displayed at the community center all through the month of April. The program is attached. On our countywide fire tax district, as mentioned previously at some meetings, the county is moving forward with a single-wide tax district that will apply to our North Buncombe Fire District. So this will impact our tax revenue and operations. There was a presentation to the county commissions on March 17th. Property owners should start receiving notice of public hearing. The public hearing and proposed vote will be commissioners will be on April 21st at their regular meeting. Just a little update on that. As people receive those letters, they won't see a Weaverville or Black Mountain Fire District in there. Black Mountain is the East Buncombe, and Weaverville is the North Buncombe. So as people, the community receives those letters, they will receive that, and they're referring to that. And that is our rural fire protection district. Upcoming town meetings and events. On April 1st is our tree board meeting at 6 p.m. April 3rd is Good Friday, town offices will be closed. April 6th is the planning board meeting here in council chambers at 4 p.m. April 6th, planning board adjustment meeting at 6 p.m. here in council chambers. April 13th is our town council regular workshop meeting, which is a budget session. We will be presenting our manager's recommended budget during that session. April 22nd is Earth Day, butterfly dedication at 12 p.m. at the Clock Lot. April 24th is our Arbor Day event at 10 a.m. Lake Louise and Community Center. And April 27th is our next town council regular scheduled meeting. That concludes your manager's report.
Thank you so much.
Public comments?
It's time for general public comments. Town Council appreciates the opportunity to hear from its residents, and a part of each of its regular meetings is reserved for that purpose. The rules that Town Council has adopted for public comments will apply. Copies are available on the website and in the meeting room. General public comments may be submitted during the meeting or in writing in advance on any meeting topic or any other item of interest. Normal rules of decorum apply to all comments, and duplicate comments are discouraged. Actions and behavior can be questioned, but personal attacks will not be tolerated. This is a time for town council to listen, and town council and staff may not necessarily offer any response during this time. The general public comments section of the meeting will be limited to 20 minutes. Comments during the meeting are generally limited to 3 minutes. The town manager keeps time. If the alarm indicates that your 3 minutes are up, you will not be cut off mid-sentence, but you'll be asked to wrap up your statements. You must be recognized before giving your comment, and you must come to the podium to speak so we can all hear you. You should identify yourself by name before beginning your comments. Please identify yourself before you speak. Written comments timely received before the meeting have been or will be provided to town council. So here we go. First name on the list, Bo Platt.
As Mr. Platt comes up to the podium, I would note just for the record that we did receive 2 written comments, one from Jasmine Welter and one from Dominique Lopez, both concerning the comprehensive land use plan. Those have been provided to you this evening.
Okay, I just wanted to address y'all briefly about the budget process, some concerns I had. So I see us as being at a really crucial point in Weaverville's development as the population is projected to expand exponentially in the next few years. So I'd like to plan now for those changes rather than wait and retrofit. So some of the changes I see, and I'm not an urban planner, but this is just from a citizen point of view, infrastructure for fire and police station, police department expansion. Other infrastructure needs for the town staff as we add employees. Purchase of lands for parks and recreation, and various other needs brought on by growth. So I think we can address these now, pay the upfront price, address, and it'll be less costly, more efficient than waiting down the road and having to do it after the fact. The second thing, staffing and salaries. One of the things that I am happiest about living in Weaverville is the responsiveness of the town staff. They've got a great staff. We need to keep those current employees and attract the most qualified new employees to fill these new positions. So we should offer a very competitive salary and benefits package to allow us to keep the best people. If it comes down to a decision about quality of services versus taxes, most residents are willing to pay a little bit more to ensure quality of services stays high. And then the last thing, more activities for young people. Although I don't quite fit that demographic, I don't see a lot of things for middle and high schoolers to do. Very limited options for recreational activities. So I'm not an expert on what would best work here, but maybe something like a skate park that gives our young residents a place to congregate and recreate. So, thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bob.
Marla, you're up. Darla?
I would note that we do have on the agenda at the budget, as you discussed at your last meeting, there is public input that will be at that budget section as well.
Thank you. Darla Laterno, resident, 16 Lakeshore Drive. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the town's LIFT grant application. This project truly represents an exciting public-private partnership, and it's the culmination of a dedicated year-long collaboration between the town's Weaverville Economic Development Committee and the property owner, Keith Davis. For 15 years, the ball crank factory has sat idle. Mr. Davis's vision is to breathe new life into this space, repurposing it into family-friendly, multi-vendor, indoor and outdoor public market and a pickleball sports facility. Is designed to serve as a vital community hub that attracts families, visitors, and residents from across the region. As many of you know, pickleball is currently the fastest growing sport in the United States. Its popularity has surged because it is fun, easy to learn, accessible to people of all ages and skill levels. There is no faster way to build community than through playing pickleball together. The town's strategic goal number 6 focuses on parks and recreation, which says supporting facilities, special events, and programs that connect the community, promote healthy lifestyle opportunities, and engage citizens and visitors. This project aligns perfectly with that town's strategic goal. Anchoring the repurposed factory with the pickleball center quickly gained momentum, and the owners assembled an investor team in record time and raised all the private funds needed to construct the indoor pickleball complex. Construction is due to start next month, and the Ball Crank Pickleball Club is scheduled to open this summer. The proposed town grant application is to fund Phase 2 of the Pickleball Center Plan, an outdoor pickleball complex that would complement the indoor. The arrangement is a win-win. If approved, the town would own the outdoor court complex. The property owner would then enter into a 25-year lease, agreeing to manage the complex at no cost to the town. Most importantly, town residents would receive low or no cost access to the outdoor courts. This directly addresses the high demand for local facilities and provides a much-needed recreational outlet for our adolescents, as Bo just mentioned, a priority that was clearly identified during last summer's public input. Beyond the local benefits, this facility represents a major economic attraction for Weaverville and the greater Western North Carolina area, and is a shining example of how public and private partnership can grow our economy while enhancing our quality of life. I want to thank everyone who worked on this collaborative effort, especially Councilman Barnett for his leadership of WEDAC, and Weaverville is fortunate to have community-minded private sector partners like Keith Davis and Randy Talley, so I strongly urge the council to move forward with this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Darla.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darla. Vernon Conrad?
I'm Bernie Conrad, and I live at 7 A.B. Emblem Drive. I'm here tonight to talk about the bridge across Merriman Avenue. I asked my daughter to come up with me because sometimes I lose my train of thought. In any event, we have lived there since 1963, and we own the property from Stony Knob down to Aiken Road, and the property over on the other side at 16 Reams Creek. The bridge to us is important. We don't use the bridge to cross the highway. The bridge was maintained by the state in the 1950s at one incident, and in the 1960s, I was called by my wife to come and see what they were doing. I thought they were taking it down, when in fact they were fixing it, cleaning it up, repainting it, and it still wasn't being used because the power lines were over on the other side, and in order to get from one side to the other, you had to duck your head to get under the power lines. So the bridge was there as a landmark, as part of the history. I think most people in the community don't understand that at the beginning was not a roadway, that was strictly a trolley cut. So I'm going to ask my daughter to finish our time. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'm Erica, I'm Bernie's daughter, and I've lived in Weaverville my entire life. And what I want to talk to you about is a potential and practical way forward for the town of Weaverville with respect to the bridge. So, as you may already know, the bridge is owned by the state. There's a lot of confusion about that. Just in the community, because it's a state-owned access point between two properties, but the property owners don't own it, and so and anyway, just to establish that it belongs to the state. It's also important that you understand its current condition. So the bridge that you see today has stood in that place for the last 70 years. With no incident, no danger to the roadway below. And the reason that it's in the condition it's in is because the state chose, for whatever reason, to not do maintenance on it since just 2022. So the condition that it's in was worsened considerably when Helene came through. And we assumed that because the state was dealing with such increased demand for infrastructure repairs, that we just were way down the line and they would eventually come to repair the bridge. But in actual fact, they planned to demolish the bridge. And it was just 2 weeks ago that we heard at like 10 o'clock in the morning from a perfect stranger that the state was scheduled to take that bridge down at 7 p.m. the same day. I should add, we were on vacation when this happened. We weren't even here. But we got in touch with our community through Facebook. We got in touch with some historical societies, and there was enough positive, demand for the state to slow down that at 6 p.m. that night, 1 hour before they were scheduled to demolish it, the project was suspended. Critically, they did not say canceled, suspended. We don't know how long that means, excuse me. So really, the question of what happens next, So we already know that the state intended to demolish it. I don't see any set of circumstances where they would necessarily change their mind. So in my opinion, it would be crucial for the town of Weaverville to get involved. And there are established ways to do that. The town could pursue ownership of the bridge or enter into like an intergovernmental agreement with the state whereby the town of Weaverville would be responsible for the maintenance of the bridge, but the state would still own it. There are a variety of ways to do that, and my understanding is that it's fairly common kind of stuff for a town council. Yeah.
When we purchased the property from the Coleman family, Ed Coleman told me that he had an assurance that the bridge was there in perpetuity. I've been looking online and I cannot find that. So what we have is we have the deeds that go back to the 1920s, but we don't have the deeds that were on that property prior to that. So if we could find, and the state said to me, oh, this is not our project. I have the paperwork that says they were responsible for maintaining. Whether this is valid, whether it's legitimate, it's outside of our, so what we're looking for is help in trying to figure out how to stop this from happening. We would love to see it there. We don't intend to walk across it. We would like to see a sign on it that says trolley line. Yeah.
I'm gonna just finish up.
Okay.
Okay, so there are multiple ways of addressing it, and one could be that the state would assume responsibility again. I'm sorry, I know I'm over time.
Yeah, we need to wrap up.
Yeah, I understand. I want to stress that choosing not to act on this is making a choice, and if we can just get the process slowed down and get the town of Weaverville involved, then we have a much greater chance as a community of preserving this historic structure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Erica, thanks for updating us. Would you be our primary contact going forward?
I certainly would be willing to serve in that capacity.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you. Thank you.
I would like to add one more thing. We as property owners on both sides, we're not going to gain anything. The value of our property probably is going to be less by that ugly bridge than if it was knocked down. But we think for historic reasons it should stay there. I don't think there's any other
Remnant of the
things
trolley.
that remind the residents in the Asheville area of the trolley system that was here. We were way ahead of places like Charlotte and other towns in North Carolina with trolley service. So I think it's important.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Wood.
Did you forget? Oh,
Hi. I'm Michelle Wood. I need to put my glasses on so I can read. Okay, the community center. There are many roles that a community center can play and that our community center here does play. It's a place for recreation. It's a place for community and cultural events. It's a place for private celebrations. It is also and can continue to be a place to tie us to our history. which is just as much a part of serving the community as these other events. When we first moved here, I started visiting the Dry Ridge Museum because I wanted to know the history of the town, and I kind of wanted to know the history of my house. I got involved with the lady, I call them the museum ladies. I got involved with the ladies that work at the museum, first as a volunteer and then as a board member of the museum for 4 years. Our museum that is now in the community center exists to provide a sense of continuity, of belonging, of memory, a living link to the town's history. The museum artifacts are gifts that were passed down from those who were here before us to preserve their heritage and their personal history, to tell the story of the community, to remind us where we came from. And I believe that we all owe them a debt of gratitude. Please don't take that away. Keep the Dry Ridge Museum a part of our community and don't evict them from our community center. Thank you.
Thanks.
Judy Craigs.
Good evening. I'm Judy Reagan Craggs. I am the current director of the Dry Ridge Historical Museum. I reside at 34 Rabbit Ridge Drive, which is within the city, and 4 generations of my family have served on town council, starting with Dr. James Americus Reagan. We are very grateful that the town council planned space in the community center for the museum, recognizes its importance to the community, and we are very grateful for your continued support. Our mission is to collect, preserve, and share our local history. During 2025 particularly, our goal was to increase our presence in the community. The museum board and all of our volunteers led the effort to celebrate the 150th anniversary of our town. Banners were created for Main Street, t-shirts, hats, mugs, and all kinds of memorabilia were designed to promote our town. Tours were organized of historic Main Street and the old Weaverville Cemetery. Special events and programs were held at the community center and in the community throughout the year. Hundreds of people view our exhibits in the hall at the community center, which are rotated regularly about the history of our town and current events that are happening in our town. Especially during voting, we have hundreds of people that stop in and view our town history. Kindergarten Day was last week, which is one of our very favorite days of the whole year. We had 84 kindergartners and 16 adults come in and spend the morning with us. They have a section on then and now, so we talked about then things that happen like washboards and things that happen now like washing machines, and it's very popular. Last year, one of the little kindergartners came back with their grandparents, and she stood there and she said, "This is our museum," and it just thrilled my heart. I would also like to state that the museum fully supports the effort to restore the Coleman Footbridge. Our post on social media about the history of the bridge has currently received over 12,000 views, which shocked all of us. So there's a lot of community support and interest in this project. You will be receiving a resolution regarding the bridge. I want to read just a little part of it. As 1909, a company owned by Mr. Howland, who lived in Weaverville, began construction on the trolley line. And as part of this agreement, of course, as you've heard, the family required Mr. Howland to construct a pedestrian footbridge over the trolley line as the new cut divided the Coleman family and homes. The Coleman Bridge remains today as a historic landmark reflecting this history. The Dry Ridge Museum supports the continued existence and maintenance of the Coleman Bridge as a meaningful link between the present and past of the town of Weaverville. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reed.
May name's Al Root. I live on Valley Drive over in the golf course community. One of the great benefits of living in the golf community is Bo Platt. He keeps us extremely informed of what's going on in the town. One of the things he did in the last few weeks is he sent us the presentation that the town manager provided you a few weeks ago, as beginning the budget process. That presentation very much stands for the fact that I think the word crisis could be used as far as what you're looking at, as far as space is concerned, for your employees, for the facilities of the town. I did want to speak a little bit tonight. I try not to come back and haunt town hall, but it takes me back to when I went on council back in 1997 as a youth member of council. I would stress, I don't believe any of y'all were working for the town at the time, so I can make stuff up here, which was good to know. But in 1997, town hall was the bank building over here. The bank vault was prominently used for filing things for the town. The police department was in the building behind over there. I believe essentially is where the Zebulon Brewery is now. Town council meetings were held out at the community center, the old community center, and not the nice part of it. It was the part with the concrete floor and the kind of it wasn't a Quonset hut, but wasn't much better than a Quonset hut. A council met at the fold-out tables. You had to dodge the cords to go back and forth up there. In other words, it was a bad situation. This was before the town had brought in Sonopress and grew the tax base. We also had a poor tax base. But in facing that crisis, the town did not think small. It thought big because it realized you're investing in the future. You have to think long term. We built this building. It came in, about 2000, 2001, I want to say. At that time, it was more space than we needed, not a whole lot more space than we needed, and we knew you would have to grow into it in the future. I thought it served the town well at the time. Since that time, the fire department was built again. That was a bit of a leap of faith, again, spending the money, but it was needed because you had to think about the future. Same is true of the community center. It is good to be thinking about repurposing of spaces, subdividing. I hope not moving you guys back into portable tables somewhere, but it's good to be thinking about that. But I think you also have to, frankly, think big. When we built this building back in the day, we put the police department downstairs. There was room for it at the time. It worked. I say we used up the whole building. I'll be brief. But I wonder if it's not time to put up a new police department. I know you're talking about infrastructure needs, infrastructure issues. I'm going to put that on the table to you. Obviously, that's not the kind of thing one does in 6 weeks. It takes a lot of thought to do. But it strikes me the need for the police, the work of the police, the number of police we need, those numbers are not going downhill. Wish they were, but they're not. They're going up. I can't help but think that if the town can have the fine buildings it has, that maybe it's time for a modern new police department, which would then open up your space downstairs for growth that way as well. In other words, I think the way this town has done well over time has been thinking big, thinking for the future, not just next week, but 5 years now, 10 years from now. I hope you all give that thought. Very much appreciate the work you all do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you, Al. How are we doing on time?
We're over 20, but if town council would like to continue on,
Got a
that's
couple
just
more.
your prerogative.
Yep.
Grace Conrad?
She's great.
Erica Franzi? Okay, all right. Laird Ruth, I believe.
Howdy, might as well just start talking now. So my name's Laird Ruth, Lairdreth, and during COVID times, I was living in Atlanta, working at the CDC, and I found out I could work here. I could live here. So I moved to 28 Wildwood Park with my wife, and we built a great little house there, and I love Weaverville, as all y'all do, right? So thank you for the work that you do, and thank all of you for building the community that you're building. It looks like we're doing a great job. We're moving forward, but I am sore. I've been playing pickleball. I come into town. I moved out to Mars Hill, actually. Rented the house here in Weaverville, but I miss Weaverville. I come back here all the time. So come back here, play pickleball, go back out, go to Asheville to work. I'm loving Weaverville, and I want to thank you all for helping build the place that we have here. I'd be a lot more sore, though, if we had a pickleball place where I could play underneath a roof, because last week it was cold, it was rainy. I only got to be here for like half the time. And I'm still sore. It's because I'm playing with these people who are 20 years older than me and 40 years younger than me. And they're pushing me all around the court. So anyway, I could tell you all about the health benefits like weight loss, longevity, lung and heart health, all those different things that Darla sent to you in the document, mental well-being, all these different things that benefit the individual. Also, economic benefits as a community. People bring money into town to play pickleball. I play with people from Asheville and people from all across the United States here who are playing pickleball. I don't know why, how they know about it, but they come here on weekends. It's increasing tourism. Property values are going up. We have an opportunity here to increase the number of pickleball courts to bring people up from Asheville and from all around the region. And that, I can't remember the name of it, Bancroft or pickleball, ball crank, whatever it's called, it doesn't matter. It's awesome. What a great idea. We can bring more people into the community and bring more money into the town. So I want to just thank you all for the work you do, and thank you for supporting it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next item here.
Pardon me, Mayor.
Yes.
There was a late arrival
Yes.
for a citizen to sign up. Is Terry Lange, did she arrive?
Thank you.
No, I'll just be brief. Thank you. I'm one of the investors in the ball crank opportunity. And just wanted to thank the Weaverville for all the support that we're already receiving, for the people's enthusiasm for the project that we're putting on, and look forward to, making this the home for a lot of people to enjoy what Laird said about how exciting it is. So just wanted to thank the community for all the excitement that we're already feeling to support that project.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, we have some discussion items on the agenda here. Some Buncombe County reps. You're going to do some presentations for us, I believe. Yes. I hope.
Nice to see everyone. I do have a slide deck, so maybe I'll just be patient for a moment. Here we go. I'm here to speak on the Public Safety Interoperability Partnership. Why is that IT guy? Actually, I'm the Eric Grau, Buncombe County IT Director. Nice to see y'all. It's hard for me not to say Chief Harris. Nice to see you. And then Chief Oberlin for the invite. So we've been doing this for a while, and I'm going to try to answer these questions that you may have. What is this PSIP program, and why is the IT guy talking about it? What do we do, Buncombe County IT, for the city of Weaverville? Talk about that. The service that we have, it costs money. Talk about that a little bit. There's a few other great things that we're going to talk about this PSIP program, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, of course. So, Buncombe County IT, and we're a large IT department, 60 some odd staff members, right? We have 2 data centers here, so be careful about not having data centers built. We provide the public safety application support for pretty much every jurisdiction and every agency in Buncombe County. We'll talk a little bit more about what that specifically means in terms of the IT software, but we've been doing this since 2002, and that's been mostly between Buncombe County and Asheville. We did have The town of Woodfin joined us at some point during that process, and then in 2021, Black Mountain and Weaverville joined us, our police departments. I know at the time it was Chief Ron Davis, and he would tell me stories how in the car they would get something on the radio and they would write it down on a whiteboard where they were going and things like that. And we have a lot more amazing technology that's in the hands of, and Chief Oberlin could talk about the benefits of this technology for her officers. But in 2024, I actually came to Weaverville Council and gave a presentation as we formalized this agreement. Weaverville kind of brought them on, not having an official agreement in place. That agreement is signed by all agencies of the consortium, and really prepared us for, we'll talk about here in a little bit, a major project that's coming down currently right now for the next 2 years. So why do we do this? We leverage technology together, right? So we have great situational awareness. So a patrol officer in Weaverville sees the same data as the city of Asheville and the sheriff's department and et cetera. Obviously we have extra territorial jurisdictions and things like that. And so that situational awareness is really critical. We believe we save costs by doing this, and we'll talk a little bit about costs, and I just know that's a fact. And then again, we have these formal agreements that really kind of sets the stage of what Buncombe County IT does as the service provider. What do we do to support the police department and the fire department for that matter? So in this agreement, we have 25 total public safety agencies that are part of this consortium, right? That's all inside of Buncombe County. It represents our current environment, and we have several tools that are part of this. We have I call it an equitable and transparent cost model. And so everyone kind of pays for what they use, and you get what you pay for kind of thing. We do have this thing called the PEC, the PSIP Executive Committee. It is comprised of agency leadership, myself, City of Asheville IT Director, and we talk about, of course, policies and procedures and how we're going to jointly use this technology. And we have these defined server level agreements. Again, what does Buncombe County IT for Weaverville? What does Weaverville need to do for us to mutually have this cooperative relationship? So what specifically are we talking about here? Finally, maybe the slide should come a little earlier. We're talking about CAD, Computer Aided Dispatch. This is our 911 center, right? The county, we are the only PSAP in the region, Public Safety Answering Point, and we provide all that technology in our 911 center. Where Weaverville and our agencies really see a lot of this benefit is these called mobile CAD terminals. So in the patrol car themselves, they have a computer, they log on into our network, and they can see the direct CAD information right on their laptops, things like that, mapping, situational awareness, FBI background checks, all that kind of good functionality. Again, pre-2021, this was a paper process, right? So this is amazing for the city of Weaverville, I'll just say. Likewise, in Weaverville's law records management system, this is things like processing arrests, quartermaster modules, this means inventory, things like that. The business of the police department is run in this system as well. And again, Buncombe County IT manages the system, supports the system, and supports Weaverville PD. We do a lot of moving data, right? So what you see on the screen, all these dots, those 3 big blue dots are our 911 system, our law records management system, and our jail system. And all the other dots are other systems, and we move data from point A to B, federal partners and state partners and all this kinds of stuff, right? Again, it's about the comprehensive picture for the officer when they are in the field or in the office doing an investigation, et cetera. And of course, BCIT supports all the background infrastructure. We have a Chief Information Security Officer, so when the FBI asks Weaverville to do some of the background of do they have the right processes in place, we help them and support that, yes, their data and everything is secure. This is a view of all those agencies, right? So you see the police departments up there and county departments as well. EMS is on there. Public Safety Communications is our 911 center. Pre-trial and CDE, and my colleague Oscar Wooten is going to talk about CDE here in a second. We have a lot of fire departments, and again, that executive council is kind of on the screen as well. Costs. So this is just kind of a running total for the last little while. I'm not running total, excuse me. Just you see the budget and the actuals. I don't have much to comment on this, but rather to say, you know, Weaverville is 3.4% of the entire consortium costs, if you will. This is a big one, and I could spend a lot of time talking about this particular project, but all those tools I just mentioned, those big 3 dots, the 911 system, the law record system, the jail system, we're replacing all of that right now, actually. It's a 2-year project, right? So we've been on this system for 15, 20 years, happy to onboard other agencies, but we're all going to a new system together. Just to say that there will be, you know, more to come on this. New agreements will be signed in the next couple years. The cost model will change a little bit, and Chief Oberlin will be presenting to y'all along the way on that stuff. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Please.
Eric, I think this is an incredible architecture. Is this a proprietary platform, or is it something that you've developed in-house?
No. We could not possibly develop the complexity of these kinds of systems in-house, right? The current environment that we are going to is Motorola, right? This is a major public safety company. Our current environment is another company called Central Square. They are vendors in this space. They provide the software. We support, you know, the configuration of that software, the security of that software, the movement of data, right? So we buy the software, and then the county supports the software.
So the question that citizens always ask about when we talk about IT systems is vulnerability. I'm assuming then that the vendor makes certain warranties to the protection of the system so that it doesn't go down or get hacked or.
Absolutely, but everybody's job is security, from the officer, right, to the company doing the work, truly, right? So yes, the product has a lot of built-in features of that, but we host it on-prem in our data center, so we have to protect our data center. We have to protect the tunnel network between Weaverville and Baldwin County IT, right? There's so many infiltration points along the way that could happen. So it's a large system of security, absolutely.
Okay, super.
Mr. Gall, I have some questions for you.
Please.
So I had the opportunity to do a ride-along with Weaverville Police Department just last week. Spent the entire day with the department. I was able to see the CAD system. I was able to be in the car and see the systems and see where you can see every police car in the county practically, where everybody is and how all these things are located, which I think is important. One of my questions for you is, how is your department funded? Is it county taxpayers' money that goes into your department?
So, slightly complicated here. There's the IT department, which has its own budget, and that's general fund of county dollars.
Right.
We have another fund called PSIP, right, and that is this program specifically. It is funded through, well, the county general fund pays for the sheriff's office proportion, EMS, the 911 fund, the state fund pays for a lot of the CAD system. The balance remaining, right, is 1.5 million, and that gets divided by the partner agencies paying their proportional share. So Weaverville was, I think I said 3.4% or whatever that was. City of Asheville is closer to 30%, something like that. Sheriff's office, I can't remember exactly, 30%. EMS is 10%, 10% for all the county fire departments, et cetera.
So how much did the town of Weaverville pay you last year?
I don't have the slide anymore. I think it was $44,000.
And then how much do you project that we're going to be paying this year?
The budget number is $56,143.
And can you explain that degree of increase? Because we are all responsible for every cent that these folks out here pay in tax dollars to the town.
Sure.
And so we are charged,
excuse
me.
Yes, please.
So we are charged to make sure that what we're paying for is legitimate. So if we are spending our county tax dollars funding your department, then how is it that we are having to add additional funds? Is that not double taxation to provide this money to your department to do these same services?
The county IT budget does not pay for these systems.
But you just said it came from your general fund.
The proportion that the county pays into the PSIP cost center fund comes from the county's funding. Correct.
Exactly. So I'm trying to understand how you're increasing this amount of cost to the town of Weaverville. When we think about call volumes and officers and things of that nature, we really haven't gone up that much. So I'm trying to understand this exorbitant cost that you're trying to charge our town citizens.
Well, first of all, I respectfully will say this is not exorbitant cost. This is really good value for Weaverville. I would
I
say.
understand the service, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to understand the difference in cost in this 1 year's period of time.
So by contract, all of our vendors generally charge anywhere between 3 to 7% escalator clauses in the contract. So that number of costs is less than 3 to 7%, just right off the bat. The staff cost for the increase, we have had a COLA in the county for a couple of years, so there are some staff costs increasing for the PSIP program specifically. I would confidently say there's no double taxation though. The staff and the costs that are in the PSIP program are funded independently of the Buncombe County IT department.
So,
The Buncombe County IT department is 67 people, and the staff for the PSIP are 7 people.
So
separate funding sources.
So my name's Andrew Nagel, and I was on council in 2021, and we had this same circular conversation. It is double taxation if you're using any of my tax dollars. So you're saying the PSIP program is not using any of my tax dollars that I pay to Buncombe County? But it is.
It's paying for the
Something, part of the PSIP, right? Let me ask you a different question.
Yes, please.
Are you in charge of the budget for the PSIP program?
I put together the cost model, but
Right,
I don't
and then-
deal with the funding.
Okay, and then the county commissioners approve it?
Correct.
Okay. So Chief Davis sold us on it. I agree with Councilman Young. I think it's a great thing. And I think Chief Oberlin agrees, and I'm sure so does Chief Scotty. So I got a couple problems, and it's probably, user-based, and I'm in favor of user-based taxes. So Weaverville is probably 1.5% of the population of Buncombe County. Quick math, I don't have the exact numbers, but we're paying 3% of the budget. So it's not based on population, it's based on number of officers.
Correct.
And use.
Correct.
So I don't know which towns, or county, so I'm looking at who's paying for this, right? So we're trying to go, okay, so it's double our population, which means somebody's not paying their share. Either the county's not paying their share, there's other cities, I don't know all the cities in Buncombe County, so we've got Asheville, Black Mountain, Weaverville, Woodfin. I don't know who else has got police departments that's not participating. And I'm with Councilwoman Young on trying to figure out how my tax dollars aren't spent twice.
Okay.
So love to see something from,
I can have county management and our legal staff write up something up to that nature.
Yeah, I'd love to try to figure that out to go, how are we not paying twice? Because I was a C student and I'm not getting it. I'm still lost. I think I was lost 4 years ago. To go, I don't know if I understand it well enough to go, yeah, you're not paying for it twice. And we had the same discussion 5 years ago and we still participated. The only other thing, and numbers are numbers, I got it from 45,000 to 56,000 as a 28% price increase.
Well, those are actuals versus budget, and so we build in contingency directly into the budget.
So you were using the 54,452 versus the 56,143. Gotcha.
But in addition to those fees, are you also charging $3,500 per officer?
No, that was a legacy model that Woodfin entertained for a long time.
So you're not going to be charging additional charges if we increase our number of officers?
The cost model is directly related to how many officers you have, yes.
So yes, it will.
But it's not a flat rate of 3,500.
So what is it?
It's proportional, it's a zero-sum game, so there's a cost of the program. And so if Weaverville increases their officer count, they just take a little more slice of the pie.
So that's a good question. So and somebody else would know this, do we pay actual or budget? What do we pay the county for the program?
Actuals, that's
good. Okay. So
The
it's like-
actual is literally what we received.
From us, good. So the county commissioners aren't using money for something else in their budget.
We give a higher budget because it's a complicated program and we need to build contingency into the budget. And so that's kind of how that goes.
I'm in no way saying that I think this is a bad system. I think it's a great system, and I think it's important to keep our officers safe. Above all, it's a tool that we can use to know exactly where each officer in our town or your county or wherever are located. We can also look to see where some of our firemen are located. And I think it's a great system, and I think it's very important that we do everything we can to know where locations are and what's going on. I think it's a great system. I'm just wanting to be very sure that what bill we get, we're not going to get a surprise upcharge that we don't anticipate, because we're right now in the middle of this budget system, and I understand that there was an unexpected bill given to us. It may have been for this next system that you're going to talk about, that I just need to make sure that whatever costs are the costs that it's going to be for the entire year, that we don't get surprised with an additional bill.
And that's why we build the contingency into that budget. So we budgeted y'all 56 or 55 last year. We came in at 45, right? So that we build that into the budget, that contingency. And we would only charge on actuals.
Okay, moving forward.
I got a couple questions as well, Mr. Mayor. if I may.
Okay, absolutely.
Eric, I noticed in there where you're talking about the staff of 60 and then 67 with the PSIP. So is that correct?
There are 7 warm bodies, for lack of a better term, in the PSIP budget. It includes 4 application support staff, 1 database administrator, 1 network engineer, and 1 service desk member. Now, the reality is the entire IT department supports public safety, right? My time is not in there, our chief information security officer is there. We have 7 service desk staff members, right? We have custom developers that build the integrations. Like, those times aren't really charged to PSIP, so it is a wash between, IT and PSIP. We have 7 warm bodies in that budget.
So we will be in charge for staffing increase as well, or just the software?
For the Motorola system? Is that what you're asking? In 2 years?
Right.
So first of all, I want to make sure there are no costs for Weaverville in next fiscal year related to that at all. We're still building the model of what it looks like. We are kicking off the project formally on April 27th. So we have an overarching Motorola cost. We don't really have a strong sense right now of what the support costs are going to be fully yet.
And so again, are we just going to be paying for the software piece of it, or if it requires additional staffing increase? Because you talked about 60 in IT and then 7 dedicated PSIP. So if that number were to go to 8, or is our cost going to increase because of staffing services?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we are paying for staffing.
But we will formalize that in the next 2 years of what that looks like.
Okay. All right. And one of your slides, I noticed, like I said, coming from Black Mountain previously in the county when this started before then coming here, but I don't see Woodfin, Montreat in there. Is Montreat part of this process as well?
So Montreat, UNCA, AB Tech, Biltmore Forest, there might be another one. Those are other law enforcement agencies in Baldwin County. They're welcome to join us. It has been in the past a little bit cost prohibitive for them. We are hoping in the new system that they will come on board when that time is right.
Right. But they're dispatched out of the county, because you said one PSIP, or one PSAP, which is a consolidated dispatch. There's only one public safety answering point in the county. So are they dispatched out of the county?
That's a Dr. Carter question. I believe we dispatched them over the radio.
Okay. All right. So then how come, if they're using the system, then how come they aren't paying, or how come we're paying and they aren't?
So they don't have mobile CAD terminals. Okay. They don't have any of the access. They just get, by statute, we are required to dispatch, and that cost is actually paid out of the 911 fund by the state.
Right, so that's a state.
That's a state mandate.
Statute.
We get, this is a Dr. Carter expertise, not mine, but we have to dispatch by mandate, and that's paid for through the state.
Okay, all right. So and this may be part of the CDE part, but as far as the arrest or things like that, does that come out of the PSIP portion or the CDE?
PSIP is just the software and the access to For Weaverville Police Department, it's the mobile CAD terminals and the law records management system. For the fire department, we're going to get them MCTs in the new environment. We're very excited for that. Currently, they have, as you know, the Freedom app, which is more of a situational awareness tool, not a full mobile CAD terminal.
So the transparency piece you talked about on one of the slides with the agreement highlights. So as far as how many times our department uses the IT support or things of that nature, will we be able to receive a monthly or quarterly report?
We would love if our users consistently submitted tickets as opposed to dread calls, but yes, we have, you know, a ticketing system and we can provide that information.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, would that be an increase in charge or anything?
No.
To receive that transparency information?
No.
Okay, all right. So again, when trying to figure out the taxation of it, so if our officers serve a warrant, and again, this may be under CDD piece of it, but if our officers serve a warrant for the county and transport the suspect or individual to the jail, who is charged for that? Because that's part of it, correct?
So that's the CDE, and Oscar Wooden's going to talk about that.
All right. That's all I had for PCIP. I wasn't sure where it was falling under PCIP or when Oscar got there to do the CDE piece or what. So. But Mr. Oscar, if you will recall that question or either cover that for us when you go through your slides, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks, Chief Oakland, for inviting us. Thank you, Town Manager, Council members, Mayor, for entertaining us. So, I've heard some questions. My name is Oscar Wooden. I'm the Director of the ID Bureau for Buncombe County. I will say that there are different metrics in the PCIP and CDE models. And I'll start by well, am I doing something wrong? Yeah.
Is he gonna charge us for that?
Eric cut it off on you, that's what it was.
You know, there's a commercial where the guy goes, the password is password 1234.
Yep.
So what is centralized data entry? We serve the criminal justice agencies in the community in a lot of different ways. And the difference between us and the PCIP model is one of the main things that goes into our cost metrics is the amount of times that you use our service, which in summarization is the amount of time you bring someone to jail. It's fairly simple. But a lot of that goes into how much we're using the CAD system, how much we're using the jail management system, how much we're using the records management system, and the criminal justice information systems as a whole. There's a lot of different things that fall under that purview of CJIS. I have some of those listed, but we have other systems we deal with as well. Just to go over some of the things that are covered in the agreements that we have with the municipalities that participate, our key responsibilities are really maintaining the master name index. For those of you that are not familiar with that, that's making sure that James Smith is the right James Smith when he comes to the facility. And so there's some research that's involved with that, that we try to make sure that we don't have 10 different James Smiths, that's the one James Smith. And then we respond to any inquiries we get from law enforcement, and that's not just the participating entities, that's for anybody in the county in law enforcement, as well as externally. So we provide that service as a whole to everyone. Entering data associated with arrests, for those of you all that are not familiar with the process, anytime anyone brings someone to the jail, we have to initiate that jail, the entry process we start on behalf of the Sheriff's Department for all of the law enforcement agencies in the county that bring people to our facility. We initiate the detention facility bookings, which is what I just basically spoke of. We enter associated data for pawn transactions so that anybody that wants to research any pawn transactions that took place in our county, they can access that in our system. We provide e-warrant requisitions. We do a lot of the portions of the issuance of the criminal justice processes. For example, person comes down, they want to take out a warrant. We handle that part of the process and entering that into our data systems, as well as citations and other things that they can't do, if that makes any sense. And that also pertains to citizens. So whenever a citizen comes down, they want to take out a warrant, we use that master name index to ensure that they're taking out the warrant on the right person. It goes through the magistrate's process, and the magistrate gives it to us, and we in turn enter that in the system for all law enforcement around the country to see. When we talk about the cost allocation methodology, this is kind of how it works. The number of sworn officers that your law enforcement agency has that will bring arrestees to our facility, the arrests that they have in the system, and then that annual cost is distributed against all of the different users in the county, and there's a percentage that's attached to that. And so you charge based on the number of officers and the percentage of arrests that you have that you bring to our facility. Pretty simple. This gives you a clear look at the activity for Weaverville. So you can see the amount of officers that they report to us that use our facilities, the number of arrests that they made in the previous year, and then you can see exactly how you will bill.
And that's an annual cost?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Quarterly, you said.
Well, it's
We
reported
bill quarterly, but what I just showed you.
Quarterly.
With the annual, okay.
That's why.
And so in conclusion, we try to provide a high quality service to all of our organizations that use us. I will tell you that I want you to feel confident in knowing that we consider you all our customers. The other thing that plays into that is this document is not a dead document. It's not a document that once it's etched and signed is concrete. This is a living document. At any time, if any of the PCIP partners decide they want to discuss something, as long as all of the partners agree to it, and it's something that everybody can put their stamp on, we have no problem with taking that to county management and to the commission and modifying whatever the document needs to be modified to say.
I will say, when I was in the ride-along, I did do participate in a traffic stop with one of the officers, and they were able to pull the tag and the licensure up of the person that was driving the vehicle. And that was much better than the old days of having a whiteboard, trying to write things driving down the road and getting information as you're driving down the road. So I do think that this is an important system for the safety of the officers, and like you said, to ensure that we do have the right John Smith that we're looking at. So I think it is a very important tool, but I just need to make sure that we are clearly understanding the costs that are involved, and we don't have any surprises as we go through our budget system.
Clearly understood. Are there any more questions?
For the cost structure, the number of sworn officers, is that, like, the town has like an org chart that has positions, and then we have filled so if there are unfilled positions, is it just the number of active duty officers currently, or is it based on the org?
We get billed on that budgeted number amount. So, and one of the main things, and I don't want to travel over into Eric's lane, but one of the main things that differentiates the CDE model and the PCIP model, you can have a lot of users that are not sworn officers using the PCIP technology. And so ours is strictly attached to the sworn officers that will be arresting people and bringing them to jail. And Chief Overman probably saw something as recently as a week ago where we sent out trying to get clarification, because we wanted to make sure that everybody is playing by the same rules, right? So one law enforcement agency had so many reserve officers that they were including in the numbers, and when we had the discussion, they clearly identified well, those guys will never be arresting anybody and taking them to jail. And so we sent out making sure that everybody knew the number that we wanted. So, and that's how this is a working partnership. We don't want anybody to be overbilled, double taxed if we can help it. So we just want to make sure that everybody's playing fair.
Thank you.
Mr. Oscar, I still don't think my question got answered as far as as you talked about with the cloud system, trying to merge names and data in there. So is that reducing administrative staff once you go to that system?
Well, I can say I hope so. I don't think it's going to reduce staff, but I hope it will reduce work, if that makes any sense. And not to get into CDE a lot, but I will tell you that CDE has been understaffed for years. The percentage of work in different areas has grown anywhere from 16 to 38% over the last 3 or 4 years, and they've had the same 11 bodies working in that department. One supervisor managing a 24/7 operation, and that's something that you would never expect a shift of firefighters to have one chief running the whole operation. Same thing in law enforcement. So we're trying to make sure that we identify that span of control in the future, and just with complete transparency, that may drive the cost a little bit, but it shouldn't be much at all. Okay. Because the thing about, again, your cost is this pertaining specifically to officers and activity.
Okay. All right, so on that officer cost though, and then the activity of the number of arrests, I believe it was last month, the month before last, because I was signing off on all the invoices, Chief Oberlin come up and the invoice had doubled. We can't take that burden during the middle of a budget year. So where is the planning breakdown, or are you aware that we got an invoice that had doubled that quarter or that month, ever how they're sent out compared to what we were planning on playing?
I can only recall an anomaly like that with one agency, and it wasn't Weaverville.
Okay. Yeah, ours was last month, and we can follow up offline on that just for clarification if we need to. But like I said, that kind of, we both got a little sticker shock trying to figure out how we were going to pay that double invoice.
We don't want that.
So, and again, as you talked about in here, it's with the number of officers and then the number of arrests entered into the system equals the CDE cost. Mm-hmm. All right, so that burden being put on Weaverville with 20 officers, so if we serve a warrant for the county, then we're charged for that arrest and paying that?
Well, as it is right now, whoever brings the person to jail is the person that gets charged.
All right. So whichever agency brings the individual to be incarcerated or charged, then they are the entity that's paying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the Highway Patrol makes a DWI stop and arrest, takes them to jail, then are they paying?
No, they're not.
Well, you just told me that the rest of the agency was paying.
And that's where this whole thing gets hairy. In the agreement, in the CDE cost dynamics, the partners agreed to take care of non-participants' costs.
So it's passed to us.
The county takes care of it. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's $36.18.
Exactly.
Per trip.
All right.
That C education is doing you great.
I was good at math. I got A's in math. It was the other subjects that drove me down.
But I will say this, Mr. Harris, Chief Oberlin, if you ever have a question about any bill that you have, don't try to figure it out. Pick up the phone, give me a call.
I'm not as good as Andrew.
Let's discuss it together.
Call him.
Let's get it all out on the table and talk, because one of the things that I automatically think about when you said you had increased costs is, did you arrest that many more offenders in that period? Well, you had a pretty hot day today.
Yes. Yeah, today we did. And again, it was somebody else's response. But no, that's all the questions I had for Mr. Mayor. So.
Are there any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
time.
Thanks again for
your
inviting us.
information.
Thank you. Yeah, the cost is taking it back to jail. It's just the subscription.
Mr. Barnett,
$9,000.
I believe you're up.
Mayor, should I read the description?
I think that would be enlightening for everyone, yes.
I don't think they know that. I think we should.
Okay. So, if you roll the tape back to the era post-Helene, our Weaverville Economic Development Committee got together and identified the idle factory on Reems Creek Road as a potential development for the town, mainly focusing on the arts and entertainment space. What's developed in the meantime actually is a new potential use, which I think is also very exciting. So the property at 115 Reems Creek Road, locally known as Ball Crank, has an opportunity to develop approximately 30,000 square feet of the 133,000 square foot building into a new 12-court pickleball complex and an additional complex outside the building that the investors are wanting to cover actually with a pavilion. So that part of the building was occupied by Amazon, and that tenant has now left the building. The property owner, Keith Davis, is partnering with 7 or more investors, as we've learned, to fund the indoor build-out of the complex. And the investors are seeking a partnership with us, the town of Weaverville, actually to fund the development of the outdoor space. And if you think of this, if you walk through the factory, it still smells like a factory. But what's so amazing is the architect's renderings of what the future space will look like, and it really is quite stunning. And John, I know you said that you had seen those pictures already.
Yeah.
So representatives of the Explore Asheville, which is a local investment resource, have already toured the factory, and they were very excited about the possibility of development. And Keith and the investors now are envisioning that facility becoming what they're now branding as the Dry Ridge Arcade. So it will be a collection of multiple entertainment aspects, if you want to think of it that way. The facility already has a huge parking lot. In this particular phase of the project, they're also wanting to build an additional 250 parking spaces. So this is a focal point within our town where parking is not an issue. So their request, excuse me, their request is that we partner with them as the grant applicant and submit a grant application to cover the build out of the exterior part of the building. And they're planning on locating the outdoor courts actually on the south side of the building, which faces the creek. So there's already a belief that we're not going to have any kind of noise issues, mainly because both indoor and outdoor courts are going to be covered. And so, if you think about the sound of the sport, the sound actually will be sequestered, by the coverings.
Hey, Phil?
Yeah.
So just to interrupt, there was concern when this was going on about being that it was going to be private charging, and then the loss of taxpayers using the court as the current one. So this model handles that, because that's what I heard from Darla, was the outdoor potentially would be not with a fee or a nominal fee, or what, as the taxpayers want to use it?
So I think, sorry, it's pollen season. So the current marketing design, I think, with respect to the facility is actually a club with members. And the membership for participation and use of the indoor courts will probably be $1,000 a year, which is what I think is also in parity with the golf course. But the outdoor facility, which again is going to be covered, it'll be lighted, there will be bleachers there for spectators. That will be offered free of charge to the residents of the town of Weaverville. The other offer basically, and I think again in their funding support model, is that you essentially schedule courts, and it's essentially a $7 stipend to the club for reserving the court. So the other aspect that I think is very compelling in this design is the 12 indoor courts are going to be essentially surrounded on 3 sides by an observer mezzanine. And that mezzanine basically will be accessed either by 2 stairwells, as you can see on one end there, but they're also going to install a lift so that it will be ADA accessible. And also that will allow the mezzanine to host other paddle type sports upstairs, as well as food and drink. So what we're being asked to do is support the submission of an application to the Explore Asheville donor, who, as I mentioned, have already visited the site and seem to be very excited about the development prospects. And then, again, in terms of the town's obligations, should we win that award, those funds would actually move into, town coffers, and then we would basically be dispensing the build-out costs based on expense report submission.
So do I hear a motion in there?
Wait, excuse me, just a minute.
We might have some more.
So another
Okay.
benefit of these courts is, and this is just for the public to know, the surface of these courts is going to be something called Plexipave, which is a pro-cushioned court. So folks like me who have knee and hip injuries and things like that can play with less impact on my joints. So that is another benefit of this, and they do anticipate these courts to be used for tournaments, if I'm not mistaken. And so this could be a big draw for these national pickleball tournaments to come here to bring more commerce into our town. So it's a big win for Weaverville to get these courts. Not just that it gives Darla and her friends other places to play, but it also creates a really nice community feel for other folks to come and enjoy this area with, Blue Ridge Parkway and other things that Weaverville has to offer. So I just think it's a really tremendous opportunity for our town.
Yeah, and Jennifer and I are both very supportive of, and you heard this earlier, we're very supportive of creating, new space for our youth. Having this kind of facility is actually, it's one of the few sports that's multi-generational. So, you see grandchildren playing with their grandparents, and there's not very many things to do other than maybe playing Monopoly, which again is not very aerobic. But, We have a great active Weaverville committee that's really focusing on increasing our town's walkability, rideability, and enjoying the outdoors. And, here's a facility that's going to be in the Reems Creek Valley, very, very close to the creek, in fact, with a lot of access, to the outdoors. And so I think, several of us are very excited about the possibilities of both providing, local access to a very healthy activity, but also, the possibility of regional or national tournaments playing in Weaverville. You combine this development with the development of Advent Health Hospital. Now we've got a very compelling recipe to attract more lodging developers. We only have one hotel in our town. It's completely booked every week. And, I think between the hospital and the Ball Crank Pickleball Club, now we've got good arguments to put in front of hotel developers, which will actually help the hospital.
And I will say that Daniel Tryon, the CEO of Advent, is very excited about this because his main goal for the hospital is to keep people out of the hospital, and this is a way to keep us all healthy. So,
There were some questions.
I just wanted to let you know that there is a resolution in your packet. With every grant application, most of those grant funders do want to see that there is support behind it. So there is one, I think it's on page 50, I might be wrong on that. But what that does, that resolution does, is it fully supports the ask of Explore Asheville. It also authorizes your staff to put that application together with a lot of help from the investor group and the folks that have really worked hard on that. There's a lot of unknown at this point concerning the actual agreements, the lease agreements, the management agreements. A lot of that is still unknown, but we won't get there unless we ask and get this started.
And you have time to get it done in the next 5 weeks?
Yes, apparently the phase one is a one-pager.
Yeah, and you think, I know they're not gonna tell you. I mean, I would be highly disappointed in Explore Asheville if they didn't approve this grant, considering their budget and their goal of putting, heads in beds. And this would drive a lot of heads in beds. We just need more beds and we will go down.
Correct. And I'll leave you with one last request. Explore Asheville is apparently motivated by letters of support. So, I think if we can supply that with council support to them, plus, from citizens as well, it puts a lot more conviction into, their award judgment. So, anyway.
To that point, I just already gave Phil a draft letter from the mayor endorsing this.
Yes.
So
thank you very much, Mayor.
You're welcome.
well, if we're ready, I'm happy to make a motion.
I just have one comment. I'm strongly in support of this. I would just like to advocate that for the residents' usage, for that cost to be zero. I would love that for it to be free for residents if and when it's created.
No, these things are, as Jennifer pointed out, these things still need to be negotiated. But this action this evening really just opens the gate for us to pursue the grant. And then the details that we need to work out will certainly follow if we win.
And I believe that was kind of a time-limited window we've got to get the grant application, the first part in.
Last day of April is the close. Yeah.
There is a motion, suggested motion in your packet at page 44.
So I move that we adopt the proposed resolution in order to show support of the project and approve the submission of a grant application to explore Asheville under the current LIFT program in a maximum amount of $3 million, and to authorize our staff, with the assistance of Weaverville Economic Development Foundation and others, to develop that application for submittal for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of this grant process.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, can we, I'm looking at I know we got a long agenda. Can we talk about the bridge next?
I don't know why not.
All right, thank you, sir. So, I'll try to not be too long-winded. You obviously heard my father-in-law and my sister-in-law speak about the Coleman Bridge, and if you don't know the history, I would suggest you look up the history of O. Henry, and if you were an English major, and I wasn't, and that how it ties to our area and the historic value of the Coleman property that the family currently owns and is caretakers of. So I think we need a next step, right? So the Dry Ridge Museum is very much in favor. They're going to write a resolution of supporting it. You know, there is no beneficial gain to the family, but once it's gone, it's gone. So I know Angela Reese did a great job, as well as the museum, and a lot of people made phone calls to the DOT to pause it. So that was their comment, it's paused, right? So now we need an action item. And I don't know what those are, and you know, I sure don't want to pretend I do, but I think as Phil said, you know, if Erica was the point person, I think we would need Angela involved because of the DOT connections, and then what does council need to do? Do we need, you know, to deem it a historic landmark? Can we do that? Never done that. You know, what support do we need so this bridge is not torn down?
So our Weaverville Economic Development Advisory Committee actually has a grants subcommittee now. And Cindy Ward of Weaverville Realty is heading that up. And you know, one concept that we have discussed is basically raising the money to refurbish the bridge. And as Andrew is proposing, you know, framing that as a historical marker for the town. My grandfather was a conductor on the Texas Electric Railway in the 30s. And so I still have this image in my head of trolleys going from Asheville to Weaverville with him driving the car or whatever. But you know, I definitely think there's a lot of potential to highlight, you know, the structure, which, you know, sadly we almost lost during the storm, but I think there's a lot of potential. But I'm speaking for the committee now. I mean, we're willing to take that on if you think that's a viable path to preservation.
Yeah, I'd love to see that maintained and for it maybe to become a historical marker. And I'm not sure the steps it would take to do that, but I'm sure that Judy Craig's Museum would be happy to help us go through that process.
Yeah, and if we, you know, if somehow we can, you know, catch the ear of the DOT and basically say, you know, the town has a plan, I think, you know, their hopefully their demeanor would be positive about at least letting us put a proposal in front of them.
So first, go ahead. Okay, I think first step, as far as what steps should we be taking or thinking of taking, we're going to need to get a structural engineer to take a look at this. I think that the DOT's argument is that Helene damaged it so much that it's now a hazard. It's going to fall down, is what they're saying. I don't think it is, but we don't know. We need to be able to show that that is incorrect, and if it's incorrect, then this pause will be something that it'll be to our advantage to show that it can successfully be paused until it can be refurbished. That was the word what I understood the reasoning behind this, But of course, I don't understand why it was in such a hurry a year and a half after the storm, you know?
And with no notification to the
Yeah.
family.
So it could be that one approach would be to do an evaluation, but to clear off all the damaged wood and debris so that we're just back down to the main structure. I would assume that that could be at least temporary short if it was problematic.
Well, yeah, and I think we need to form a group who's gonna spearhead it, because you're right, those are good questions, like what the DOT told the family was, you can't go on it, we own it.
Yeah.
And you can't go on it, or I told Elizabeth, I would've gone and fixed it a year ago. But she's like, no, don't go do that at 2:00 in the night, you know, it's their bridge, and so whether we can bounce it around, I don't wanna take up, because I asked this to get on the agenda quickly, I think we gotta, with your guys' guidance of the staff to go, WEDAC's interested, the museum's interested, council's interested, we all wanna do it right, we wanna save it, and then what do we need with staff, and who's gonna spearhead that to go, what are the next steps, so DOT doesn't come in a month, go, well, you didn't show any interest, now we're really tearing it down this time, too bad. So I think there's gotta be an action item takeaway, and Erica obviously said she'd represent the landowners and the family. You know, having WEDAC, having the museum, and having staff doing, like you said, structurally, and then if we have to do a fundraiser, or if the town takes it on, we can do a fundraiser to save it. If the state doesn't want to pay, I mean, they were going to pay something to take it down. So I'd use my C math to go, whatever you're going to pay to take it down, we'll take that in the budget to fix it.
Place to start.
So I would propose, we have, the monthly WEDAC meeting is 9:00 tomorrow morning at Community Center. I would be happy to assemble a subcommittee out of that group. It's almost 30 people now, all volunteers. But I think, Andrew, we could get a group of folks who are willing to put time into this and organize at least, what permissions we need to get to, and then produce a proposal in terms of what it would be in terms of preservation.
Is there any opportunity for transferring it to private ownership from the DOT?
Don't know. I mean, that's what we've got to ask the DOT, whether it's private, whether it could be, and those things could be bounced around to go, it's touching two pieces of private property, but it's a state easement of some sort. There's no
right away.
Right, it could be to go,
Or is anybody interested in it being moved to or more like, just a show place or something, like a display, and the reason why I mentioned that is because just last week, the DOT, MPO, or the MPO had a meeting talking about greenways, and one of the potential greenway routes is up Merriman Avenue.
Right.
And that would require widening, and that, the bridge prohibits that kind of widening, so like long-term planning, it seems like that the bridge has a short life in general. Merriman will get widened someday.
Sure. Maybe they should fix the bridge to go to the lake first, but that's
I'm just thinking in these long-term plans, what these agencies are gonna say. And so maybe us taking it, putting it in a more symbolic location or whatever, might be also something to explore.
Sure, if they dig their heels in and say, no way, and in 40 years or 50 years, they just widen, they're good at widening things, and then that would change it, and it depends what they're gonna cut, so, sure.
I think it's worth the time that if you've got the manpower that can volunteer to at least start to investigate what the next step is.
Yeah, we've got to figure out, though,
and get them a roadmap of where we need to go.
Yeah, but I agree 100%, and thank you, Mary. It's just like whether Angela's the point of contact, so the DOT doesn't do something, right? That's the key. She was on the phone with him that day, and her efforts were yeah, you hiding back there? You did great. You did great. And the family did great, and so did the museum, but I don't know without the point, and Clint did great. I think Clint threatened him with life and limb and mayhem. So Yeah. So there just needs to be a takeaway, and Weed Act, you guys have, a great track record of getting things accomplished, and I would just hate, again, as Erica said, that all of a sudden it was like, oh no, we're really in, nope, so, yeah, let's get an action item going on, forming a group, small group, and if Scotty is okay with it and council's okay with it, and making sure Angela's part of that so we can communicate with the DOT.
And then to solidify, if it does become a historic marker, who's responsible for the maintenance?
Yeah, and sure, and and Bernie would tell you, there just isn't a lot of maintenance over time, and, when you're told you can't go on it, there's nothing you can do, but to go up there, paint it, and take, if woods, gets rotted, who's responsible for that? Absolutely, and, Bernie had said it, but, you put up a sign that says trolley line, you can say, town of Weaverville's trolley line. For sure, we have a welcome to Weaverville sign down at the lake, but, anyways, thank you for allowing me to add this item, Mayor, and appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Harris?
Budget process, I think time is coming up.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. We did not get numbers in time to get this into the packet, and normally we would have presented this to you at the first budget workshop, but we have been waiting on the county to get us numbers. This was a big year. This was a reval year, as you all know. Should have been last year. It was scheduled for last year, but they postponed it a year because of the storm. So the numbers we have are very much an estimate. I talked to the Buncombe County Tax Assessor last Friday. He said all of the notices are in the mail. They've all gone out, but a lot of people are saying they've not received them. And I haven't received mine at home. They're all online. You can look online and get the actual value. And you want to make sure we got the word out that you have 30 days to appeal from the time you receive your notice. So the date of the notice might be March 16th. You've got 30 days from when it comes to your home. And he did say he's expecting, they haven't received the appeals they're expecting from Weaverville yet. That's why these numbers are very...
It's because nobody's gotten them yet, right? I mean, we got them at work, and I think Bernie Grace got, but I don't have mine.
So no one's gotten theirs.
They'll get the appeals pretty quick.
Yeah. So these numbers are very likely to change. But we're going to take a look at the revenue estimates that we're looking at right now. We go back. So of course, property tax revenue is our largest revenue. The first column is the current year that we're budgeted right now, where we expect to end the year. So we budgeted $4.7 million. We're expecting to end the year a little bit higher, 4.8. The revenue neutral number we're getting from the county, which we'll talk about revenue neutral in a minute, but that's just over $5 million, and that would result in an increase of $220,000, or about a 4.5% increase. Our second largest tax revenue in the general fund is the sales tax revenue. We're budgeted $2.167 for the year. We're very slightly below that. I'm still crossing my fingers. We're going to catch up by the end of the year. We very, very well could. But we are looking at a slight increase for next year, and we're budgeting a 3% increase, about almost $64,000 more. Buncombe County fire tax, the question marks there because we really don't know at this point how this is all going to play out. As you know, they're moving to a countywide single tax rate. This current year, we're budgeted 2.2. They level out their payments, so we receive the same amount from them each month. And then the very end of the fiscal year, they do a reconciliation, and usually we get about $30,000, $40,000 more. The number that they've given us, the $2.627 million there they've given us, that came from the county. It's not based on values. It's not based on any new tax rate they've come up with. They took our current year budget. They added capital improvement projects that we have, like our trucks we have on order, and they added a CPI growth factor. And they came up with a 2.627 number there. So for now, that's what we're budgeting, which would be about a 15% increase. The next slide, we'll look at how revenue neutral is calculated. This is the worksheet we use to calculate that. So it starts with the current year. that we're moving into, the current fiscal year that just had the new tax value. So our new tax value, you'll see, is 1.868 million, about 600 million more than the prior year. But you start with the current year that just got the revaluation, and you go back until the prior revaluation. So those are the numbers on the left there in yellow. If you go all the way right to the percent change column, the last column in blue, that's the percent change we've seen without the revaluation. So every year for the last 4 years, we've had, between 3.8 and 7.2 increase in tax values not attributed to revaluation. So that's considered your growth factor. And
Can I pause you right there?
Mhm.
So, and we'll, that's a 46% increase for the town. So that 600 million on the 1.2 billion is, we'll just round up, it's 50%, it's 46.6% of that. So, chew on that.
It's a big increase.
And it'll come down, like you said, because people will fight it, it'll come down a little bit, but it ain't coming down a lot of it.
Yeah, well, we looked up some random homes or some of our homes, and some of them have doubled. We're seeing homes going from 300 some thousand to 600 some thousand in tax value. So our average growth then for the last 4 years is 4.7%. If you look just below the black line going across the middle of the page there, we start with our last year prior to the revaluation when the tax value was 1.275 at the 38-cent tax rate, our current tax rate. That generated a tax levy of 4.8 million. On the next line down is the new tax value of the 1.8 million. So you look at what rate would it take to generate that very same tax levy, and it would take a 26-cent tax rate to generate that same tax levy. But you haven't accounted for the growth with that 26%. So you add the growth factor into there, and the 26 becomes a 27-cent revenue neutral tax rate. So that's how we reach the 27 cents. So if we were to stay at that, it would increase our tax levy by just over 220,000, and it would be a 4.7% increase over prior year. Does that all make sense? Okay. On the next page, we have been tracking these new developments. This is not speculation. These are developments that are in some stage of approval. We're looking at the additional tax revenue it's going to bring in and the additional water revenue and system development fees it's going to bring in. So starting with not the year of budgeting, but the year after that, we're looking at an additional tax revenue of $227,000 annually. The following year, $342,000, $211,000. The big year at the end is $518,000. So by the end of the next 5 years, we're looking at an additional $1.3 million in tax revenue.
Of the new
Is this based
growth.
on the current properties that we've identified for the grades?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Tanya, you're assuming sort of a, how can I say this? With 9 developments approved, there's some essential rate of populating those units as they come online, correct?
Correct. And we look at, like for the apartments coming online, we look at the tax value, the new tax value of the recent apartment buildings that have come online.
Yeah.
Same for the single-family homes, the duplexes, the townhomes.
And then, a portion of the Northridge development is still yet to be determined from a commercial retail standpoint. Are you making any estimates on that?
Not on commercial.
Okay.
This is all just residential.
No, it's probably a smart move, just
Yeah,
because.
we just don't know.
Yeah.
There's such a wide value variety that a commercial business could yeah, so
Generate.
we won't add those until we know what's actually happening.
Okay.
These are all the residential
Yeah.
growth, and it's based on the developmental approvals that are already in place.
Super.
So these dollar amounts are all new, like just new tax base that
In
is
addition
born
to-
in each
right.
year.
Correct.
For what we anticipate their finished day will be.
Correct. Which is also a big estimate, big guess.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's
yeah.
what I wanted to say. This is a crystal ball, no.
So as the county said, are they gonna stay on this 4-year cycle, or are they gonna get greedy? And you can quote me, Clint, are they gonna get greedy and do a reevaluate in 3 years?
I've only heard 4, I don't know.
Okay, that'd be good.
I think it'd be hard to do it in 3 years, you're just not gonna have as
Yeah,
much to
or the
average,
step- yeah.
figure the growth factor and all that. So then looking at some of our other smaller revenues, we can bump ahead, interest income, we budgeted 414,000, we're gonna be about 30% higher than that by the end of the year, we estimate. The rates just aren't coming down, they keep telling us they're gonna come down for the last couple of years, and they come down very slightly, but they've really stayed higher than we anticipated, which is good news for our revenue lines.
Well, you've done a great job on that. I think prior to you, I don't know anybody was really watching it. So thank you.
ABC profit distributions, in years past, we used to average $350,000 to $400,000 a year, and this year, they budgeted $170,000 because of the expansion they're planning. They need to reinvest, they need to keep their profits and put it into their own business. And they're telling us to estimate another $170,000 for this coming fiscal year. Community center, a very small amount. We budgeted $45,000 in the current year, and we're just very slightly below that. So we'll probably stick with something similar for next year's budget. Moving on to water, we budgeted $2.9 million in the year. We are actually a little bit below that. We were about the same place last year at this time, and we thought it was because of the hurricane. Not sure this year if people are just getting more water efficient or getting more, efficient appliances, or watering less, or being more conservative with their water. But we are very slightly below budget. But we're making up for it with the system development fees in the water fund. We are looking at a 5% increase in water rates if we stay with the recommended, what the engineering firm recommended in the water rate study we had 2 years ago. They recommended a 5% increase each year to keep our water rates able to cover our operating expenses. System development fees, we budgeted $190,000 for the year. We've already reached that point. I think we're at $191 right now, so we are going to be well above that. But those are so hard to time. We've done our best. Dale and James and I used to sit down and you just can't get it right. You just don't know when something's going to come online. So this next year it could be anywhere between $100,000 and $300,000 in system development fees.
So the water system development fees, they come on at a point that the project is done. And so that's a pretty accurate, we know when that happens, and but there's more of a lag on the tax revenue side. Because that, you've got to wait till your next tax year. So there's some difference in when those drop. And then to talk just a little bit about general fund, you saw at the audit presentation, we dipped just below the 60%. Our target's 40%, so we do still have about $1.5 million that we could use if you want to get down closer to your target. That is available. In the water fund, we've got about $7 million, but the last time we did the funding plan for the expansion and all the work we're doing in the water, with the water systems, we did count on that to fund that. So once we get bids on the projects, we're going to give you an updated funding plan, and we'll be able to see, can we use some of that $7 million towards something else besides the expansion.
Can I pause you there for a sec?
Sure.
So 2 things, just for those who haven't gone through the town budget before. I know 3 of you have. I have a general philosophy. My general philosophy is not to use general funds in operational. And I think that has served the predecessors, as Al talked about our history and past. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we built the community center with cash, basically.
We did.
We did, right? And was that 3.5 million?
Yep.
Right. So that came out of the general fund balance, because we saved enough. But if we start putting it into operations, we're gonna be, that's what Asheville's doing. I mean, they've got a huge deficit. So that's two, that's number one. And number two, I know you guys are nervous if I say it, but I still think we need to look at that USDA loan with our 7 million. I know you're gonna need money, but I think that should be discussed if we really, I'm in favor of paying that off, and I know there's some issues, we don't wanna borrow again that type of way, so those, we need to be, that hasn't gone away, right, just because it temporarily went away, because we had to give them the water, right? We learned our lesson there, so that's gotta be readdressed.
Yeah, we'll be able to give you some better idea of how much we can use of that 7 million. So looking at the revenue tax rate, revenue neutral tax rate of 27 cents. So what does that look like if we don't go revenue neutral? Essentially, anything we choose above 27 cents is a tax rate increase. Even though it might go from 38 to 28 or 38 to 30, you're still increasing the tax rate because you're not going to revenue neutral. But 1 cent with the new valuation equals about $186,000. So if you choose to go 1 penny above revenue neutral, it'll be 186. 2 cents will be 373. 3 cents will be 560. We'll talk more about that when the manager presents.
So
his budget.
I'll help you with the easy math if you haven't figured it out. That's that 186, 875 directly correlates to the billion, the 1.8 billion, divided by 100 times the penny.
Yep. So you are good at math. So what does that look like on your average house bill? So we said $450,000 house value, just to give you an example. With a 27 cent tax rate, they would pay $1,250 annually on their tax bill. A 1 cent increase would be $45 more per year. 2 cents would be 90, 3 cents would be 135. I'm gonna turn this over to Manager Harris.
Can you buy a house in town for
I don't know.
$450,000? No. Sorry.
You can't.
Thank you, Tony. This is very helpful.
No, you can't.
You can buy a house for under 400,000?
You think there's any on Zillow right now for under 400,000? I'll bet you lunch there isn't.
In Lily Cove Farm?
Is there one for sale?
Yeah, $335,000.
I might owe you lunch.
Yeah.
You heard it here.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
Couple things continuing on with the budget process, but as Tanya talked about what that 1 cent equals as we go through this, and on the next slide, we'll talk about, so as a follow-up, as I present at the next meeting, the manager's recommended budget. So what we're looking for in guidance here is you study over that, whether you're going revenue neutral, whether you go 27, 28, 29, or 30, or whatever, as you've heard members of the community night talking about being able to sustain growth. Councilmember Nagel talked about not using your fund balance to supplement your operations side. So with some of that growth in there, some of the requests that have come in from outside agencies, not just us looking at a budget to be able to operate standpoint with staffing, but the Weaverville Business Association, their initial request to council or to the manager's office, we currently give them $5,000 a year. They were asking for $60,000 to support administrative leadership capacity, including coordination, communication, event management, and business engagement, partnership development. Keep in mind that we also provide services to them for that as a force multiplier with our staffing. So one of the new requests we received this year was from the local collective. As you know, part of your strategic planning process was talking about entrepreneurship. Their request was $22,000 to $50,000, and some of that was the underwriting free of membership for the Mountain Biz Works, cohorts, participants, and subsidized day passes, entrepreneur workshops, community networking events, member business services administration, and reporting. For our senior dining program, it's currently $6,000, and that was their request again for this year. But they partnership with Buncombe County's Council on Aging to provide indirect and direct support. They're one of 4 senior dining programs that last year served 5,470 meals. And then our WEDAC committee, as you have heard, they do a lot of expanding grant work opportunities and researching what opportunities are out there. but we currently give them $5,000 a year in that aspect. So some of the feedback or last discussion, and then our slide after this will be for public input, but some of the things that we still need some clarity on as I come to you with a manager's recommended budget would be service delivery expectations, personnel matters on the COLA and merit increase, what that looks like. We know if we do a COLA, if we do a merit, and again, as we talked about with if a COLA is approved, last year our funding mechanism was we did 3% COLA, 2% merit, but that 3% was distributed out over the employees on that total amount. So an employee making less may have got 6%, where an employee making more may have gotten 2.2% out of that. So just some guidance on how you want that distributed out, and if you want a COLA or merit, so we're factoring that in this year. Some pay study and market adjustments, as you've heard members of the community tonight talk about keeping and retaining employees, what that looks like. So we present our recommended budget. We're still waiting some analysis from David Hill to be able to provide those numbers of how you are comparative to other municipalities and surrounding agencies. Our overtime calculation, we've discussed some of that, especially with the fire side and the police side of what that looks like moving forward, whether we stay at overtime after they currently work a 14-day cycle in the fire department and pay overtime after 106. So whether we look at market adjustments and hourly increase in that and stay with the 106, or whether we go to a 40-hour work week and overtime after that, or either we use a phased-in approach to where there's kind of a step plan of in 1 year you're raising the salaries and evaluating staffing levels, and in the next year having a better idea of what that overtime after 40 would look like. So then a staffing increase to handle the anticipated growth, additional needed facilities, as former Mayor Root talked about, is that planning and that forecasting, looking ahead, being able to see what our additional facilities needs would be without tapping into that fund balance side. And then street programming and sidewalk funding. And then as we talked about with the revenue neutral tax rate, what that looks like. Just because we lower the tax rate, are we truly lowering the tax rate? We're currently at 38 cents. Revenue neutral appears to be 27, and then we still got to factor in some appeal processes in there. So any town council wishes and expectations as I come to you with the next meeting will be the manager's recommended budget. So if we could have some guidance on kind of where you land in that, or just different guidance in general. And as after we have that discussion, then we'll turn it over to public comments. We do have a slide in there for public comments on the budget process. So if you have any recommendations for staff moving forward to be able to come to you with what you're looking to see or hoping to see, or any numbers. And again, just the next one will be just the manager's recommendation. We don't currently have those numbers from the county, or revenue projections are even going to look like, so there's still time to have that wiggle room in there. But I would like to be able to hit as close to the target of what your expectations are, so when we give you that manager's recommendation, we're somewhat know your expectations and in line with that. And then there's small tweaks moving back and forth as we change what 1 cent, 2 cent, or 3 cent would look like in that moving forward. So again, I'll be glad to take any direction that you may have.
Scott, I do have a couple questions. When does the county anticipate making a decision on the fire tax amount? And my next question, I know we at one meeting talked about having longevity pay. So if you could include those numbers and what that might look at in your budget, so that would give us an idea of what that would cost us. So.
Okay, all right. As far as the county tax rate, that has not been determined.
No,
I
mean
know
the
when they
fire
adopted
tax.
at the, right,
Fire
as far
tax,
as the
yeah.
fire department, currently we're 1227 in our North Buncombe district.
Correct.
I don't know, best guess is they may land around somewhere around 13 cent, but we don't know what our cut of that would be, whether it's 9 cent or whether it's 15 cent as it's balanced out. But as far as the commissioners are going to adopt it on April 21st, but then I don't know that they would have what their proposed tax rate would be at that point in time or not, but it should be. So.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just one, maybe something to consider, to think about. I'm aware of the WBA request for $60,000. I'm also aware that the town is looking to hire or wants to add a capacity for public outreach personnel. It feels like there might be some level of symbiosis there, that perhaps maybe the WBA position could handle some of that responsibility, and so we could maybe combine the two into one and end up being a cost savings, but then still accomplish the goals that are needed by the WBA and the town.
Yeah, I mean, one of the challenges with that, and I don't think you will, after some discussion with council, I don't think you'll see that in my manager's recommendation budget as far as that FTE, based off of the other needs of departments in town. So that's something as we look at administrative that will probably get cut before it comes to you.
The outreach position you're talking about?
For the town position on the community outreach, due to other town need departments.
I got you.
When I've had department head meetings looking at what their requests are.
Okay.
That's something that I felt that we could go ahead and take off the table from our side, looking at, to be able to meet a stronger need of their department head, of our department head requests. The only other challenge I would caution you on is if you fund somebody else's position, then we don't have oversight. How do you, when you're paying for a position that doesn't report to you, that would be a challenge in itself as well.
I heard that there was some, they were interested, they had flexibility with that, that demand or that request.
So it was my understanding from the conversations I had with them that they wanted to have full control of that position and were requesting money to help fund that position. But like Mr. Harris said, that would not be a town employee position, and I would be hard pressed to.
Yeah,
to
discussions
approve
I had, they were flexible with that. So they were amenable to it being a town position with shared responsibilities. Again, I don't want to speak for the WBA, but that's just in the discussions I've had, so.
And like I said, I'll be glad to present what you're looking for in there, but my caution on that for council would be setting up that precedence, because where does it end if we as a council or town are using taxpayer dollars to fund another position? Then, I mean, obviously, Ms. Judy and them at the Dry Ridge Museum that are strapped for volunteers as well, then when you have another agency saying, well, if you're gonna pay for this position, can we get help funding a position as well? So as we look at that, I mean, we just need to be mindful of that precedence in itself of what that domino effect is gonna look like. And I'm fine giving you what you want, but I just ask that you, as we're looking at this growth, and we keep in mind, just as we've seen new agencies already request this year for funding to be able to help allocate and offset some of their expenses, then that could be a domino effect from that. So,
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Scotty, just for an update, I've referred the WBA to Leanne Briggs at the Buncombe County Chamber. She works with Clark Duncan. And I've also referred them to the Woodfin Business Association staff to really talk through how, the Woodfin organization funds their admin, but also to check in with Chamber to see what their recommendations would be.
And I refer them to the Yancey County Chamber as well, so that they can get other ideas of how those entities are funded and how they get their money.
I mean, and that's, and as we grow and develop, speaking of going back to the Dry Ridge Museum, is that with the Yancey County side and different things, is that I mean, the vision and the growth there is not to move the Dry Ridge Museum, but as downtown expands, is that a opportunity to have them be more engaged in the community from the Dry Ridge Museum standpoint, and us get tourism dollars for a visitor center type thing. So, those, when we talk about future growth opportunities and looking ahead, I mean, those are some of the things that we as staff discuss and look at, laying out not only a strategic plan, but our internal 5 or 10 year plan. What does that look like, and using our volunteers as force multipliers to be able to help the town up for success. So,
Thank you.
Any other comments or guidance on where we are? Okay. Could I get a quick census for discussion, what you feel is feasible for a cost of living and merit, or as we present that to you moving forward? Last year we had 3% COLA, 2% merit, and would you like to see it as a breakdown, kind of like what we did last year, to only caution that would be you're eventually going to have compression in that aspect, but do you want to see, or will you entertain anything in that area when we present the manager's recommended budget to you on what COLA and merit looks like in that?
We'll look for your recommendation
Yeah,
on
let's
that.
see your recommendation on that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on there before we move to the public input slide? All right. So now, as we started out the council meeting with a public input session, what we've done now is as we go through our agenda, kind of like when you have things with the trolley system and the bridge coming up, as we have imported things that may take more than just the public comments in the beginning of it. We've started with some coaching from council of the way things have been done in the past that seem to work, is that we do put an asterisk in those discussion items, giving the public more opportunity to have that input. So that's one of the reasons you see the asterisk in that section tonight for budget discussion, is that we will offer opportunity for public input. I know we had a couple speak earlier during that public comment section, but if anybody would like to speak additionally regarding the budget, now's the time and an opportunity for more public input. Okay.
Darla Letourneau, resident 16 Lakeshore Drive. I want to start by thanking you for instituting this new approach. I really do think it will be helpful, and for transparency as well as community engagement. And I was really pleased to see in these slides that you've added an April 22nd community conversation with the town manager for him to present the budget to the town. And I think that's a terrific idea, and I think Al Root's comments about the value of that document to the HOA at Reeves Creek kind of illustrates my point about there's so much change coming, there's so much education to do to kind of, so they can see, and your comp plan draft was excellent in terms of telling the story. I mean, in a way that residents can understand it. It's almost like you need to blend those two stories with some maps so people can kind of see it visually. So I have comments just on two primary areas that are first aligning our budget with the established community priorities and the necessity of multi-year planning lens. So first, I think it's essential that our budget reflect the priorities outlined in the 5-year strategic plan and the recent comprehensive land use plan update. These are planning documents that are supposed to guide our process, and they both involved extensive public outreach. One of the community's highest priority areas, kind of combining some of on the list, centers around the need for recreation, which we talked about a bit today, both passive and active, parks, open spaces, greenways, sidewalk connections, and pedestrian safety. And I think specifically, all these documents talk about the overwhelming support for the Reeves Creek Greenway and the active Weaverville pedestrian and bicycle plan. However, these initiatives have largely remained plans on the shelf. The Reeves Creek Greenway since 2014. And it's like we've got to show to the community, these are not just shelf items, we've got to start a process of investing in it. Start small. You know, I'd really like to see this year be a first step in something that says, we're serious about this plan, those two plans. Second, I think, and there were several comments today about this, we have to address the reality of our growth through a multi-year budget strategy. And we're really currently navigating 3 different waves of growth. The first are the developments that are already completed and occupied. Those are the ones that I think the town manager has proposed for the last 2 or 3 year budget. We need to provide resources to meet those needs, and none of that's been provided. The second are the units currently permitted and coming online in the next year or two, which is reflected in your comp plan report. And the third is the anticipated impact of the Advent Hospital in the 3 to 5 year window. And I am really excited that in the draft comprehensive plan update, for the first time, the town is using population and development projections to help forecast the service delivery needs in the coming years. And I really think that is going to help us and also helps educate the community, because you've now come up with a number that says, based on just the permitted developments, our population, when those are all filled out, is going to be 8,500. And our current number, official number of population is 5,116. Okay, that's a 66% increase over what we've been using to budget. And we have a lot of catching up to do. And I think with the numbers that you've done, and if you do this multi-year look, and again, I understand they're guesstimates, okay, but they're educated guess of how many of those have already online, okay? Probably at least 1,000 additional people, could be 2,000. So it's kind of like, then what is it that's in this year's budget that we have a backlog? What is it that's really, we don't have to deal with, at least in terms of the actual filling it out, until the rest of the developments that have been permitted are full. But the other thing you need to kind of take into account is the significant lag times. As you talked about in the budget workshop March 9th, it can take up to 3 years to receive a fire engine, and it takes up to 18 months to fully train a police officer or a fire person. So you can't wait, you're not going to get the benefit of that, and so part of your planning has to be, how do you phase that in, given the time lags for some of the things. So I really think having a 3-year budget roadmap would allow us to address our current backlog while strategically positioning the town for the growth that the Advent Hospital is going to bring. So I'm looking forward to the continuing opportunities for public dialogue, for the community conversation, and I really want to thank you for how much progress you're making on allowing opportunities for public engagement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other comments? This is your big chance.
All right, so if Darla is the only one that ever speaks at these, I don't want to hear it again. That we talked about this a month ago and we want public engagement. And look, public speaking is hard. It's not easy. But what will happen, we're going to adopt the budget, and then if people criticize us, then they're going to hear from me that you were given an opportunity to talk and you chose not to show up. So, we are interested, and I appreciate the mayor and the rest of the council turning a new leaf and giving homage to Mayor Root, who was very much in favor of public input, and we lost that, I think, for the last little bit. So it's a two-way street. So Darla, you were supposed to bring 30 friends. Okay.
We'll look forward to that.
All right. And we got one more budget slide, so and then we'll go through it before we go to the next topic. But what that covers is our next steps in the process. As we talked about, the manager's recommendation budget will be on April 13th at 6 p.m. For our second budget workshop. On April 22nd at 6 p.m. here in council chambers, that's where we'll have a community conversations with the manager, presentation of budget information to the community. April 27th at 6 p.m. is our town council meeting, conversations and input. May the 11th is our budget workshop number 3 and a public hearing on the budget. May the 18th is town council meeting, again, conversation and direction. And June the 8th is budget workshop number 4 and possible adoption. And then on June 22nd at 6 p.m. is our town council meeting and adoption if needed, if it wasn't adopted at the previous meeting.
Right, we have a deadline based on state law, correct?
Yes. Yep. Any other questions or anything on the budget presentation? All right.
I don't know if I can do this right, but I'm gonna pull my comments out at this point for the governance part, so we can move forward.
Under E?
Yeah.
We can come back and revisit
Okay.
that
I got
later.
one more,
Yeah,
thing
okay.
under D real
Okay.
quick, so, yep. That's, so.
And, Mayor, on item 7D, I think all of you received input
Yeah.
from me about that topic.
Right.
I think the urgency around this issue may have been relieved a bit, so if you, council would like to defer discussion.
Maybe we could study the packet, kind of amongst ourselves, figure out if there's a location for a future tree, and then come to a consensus at the next
Yep.
workshop or meeting and make a decision.
Do I need to make a motion on that?
No, sir, but we do have one item not pertaining to that tree, but another item we want some discussion on regarding the tree before we move forward with that.
Okay.
So, all right.
Yes, please.
Okay. Next slide, James. Yeah. One of the things we want to discuss, which as well is obviously as you go through your future discussion on the location of the tree in itself, we do have some options to be able to maintain. And when Director Reese comes up, prior to giving her quarterly report, she can talk to you a little bit about some education on the DOT side of things, which was some discussion on the other tree and some of that locations. But what I wanted to present to you tonight was some options to still be able to have a tree downtown in our clock lot area, even if we don't do a live tree there like we had previously. But as you'll see on the slides, that tree in the top left that is not lit, the large one in the middle is that same tree. That is Canton's tree, to kind of show you what one would look like there lit up if you used some type of artificial tree, whether it be branches or whether it be panel. And then the one in the bottom corner is the same style tree that you can change solid white lights, or you can have color lights on that. And then the other tree on the other corner is just a different design if you just strung lights and looked at it from that. But there is an opportunity to still have a tree lighting ceremony downtown, whether you put a tree back in the clock lot or no matter where you determine that other tree to go. But that tree could go in that area to have some expand off of what we tried last year with our Winter Wonderland. So if you had a tree sitting there on the brick pavers, and that's kind of what we envisioned with the bricks there, and put a sleigh out with some holiday gifts or different things, you still have opportunity for scenic photo opportunities for our community to come participate in that. So just kind of one of my faults is giving you ideas without you being able to visualize what I'm seeing or what wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning seeing. So I want to make sure I was giving you some opportunity to kind of see what we can envision, and then you put some pictures in front of you to kind of help move that along so that you can see what it would look like even without a real tree there, that you could still have an opportunity to have that tree lighting ceremony downtown and still be able to have some nice photo opportunities there for our community. So, yes, ma'am.
So I understand if we were to plant another tree there, it could possibly get diseased again, just like the other did, because of all the asphalt and pavers and things that are down. So it doesn't have fresh ground and growth around it for it to thrive and be healthy. So I think this would be a great idea. I'm just wanting to make sure that it's DOT compliant so that we don't have issues with visibility getting in and out of that lot with DOT. So
Correct, and that's one of the things I asked Ms. Reese to touch on when she comes up for her presentation part, to start that in the quarterly report, just because I know that was some of your feedback on looking at a location of the other tree that was going to be donated to us, and there was some restrictions with the DOT compliance in that aspect. So, and again, if this is something that you would like for us to proceed on as we move through the budget process, that can be in the manager's recommendation budget for your discussion at that point in time as well. But I did want to make sure that we were able to provide you with some visuals on what it could look like down there. So,
Thank you.
Could we also, I mean, would it be possible to purchase a cut tree and place in that same location, the clock lot?
Yes, sir.
And then, you know, every year we would just, I mean, North Carolina is like the Christmas tree capital of the world. It seems weird to be buying an artificial tree when we could be supporting our local, like, industry.
But it
And
would be a very small tree compared to this. That's how, what's 18 to 20 feet for this?
Yeah, I mean, we looked at some that were 16, some up to 20, some 18, and then the one on the right is a 15-foot, so.
you could buy a 15-foot tree.
Yeah, we go White House, I mean, they deliver from
Yeah,
Lincoln County to the White House on a tractor
absolutely. I
trailer.
mean, I would appreciate
No, that's
investing
definitely-
those cost estimates
Okay.
too, as a comparison.
Right.
Is that a
Yep.
big stand?
Well, there you go. We'll just steal Biltmore's.
Okay.
It'll already be decorated.
All right. No, thank you for that feedback, and that is something that we weren't tracking or thinking about, so that's a great suggestion for us to look at moving forward.
DOT compliance, we've got to make sure.
I like to think anything. That was all I had on that item, Mr. Mayor, so if you would like to move with the operating guidelines or remove that, either way you would like to do it.
We'll see.
Let's go ahead and skip over the operating guidelines for now. We'll come back and revisit that.
Thank you.
Mr. Ellerton, you are up with our amended restated resolution concerning growth.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Back during your joint meeting with the Planning Board in February, we were all slated to discuss the resolution concerning growth areas, but perhaps like tonight, we ran a little long and didn't get around to it. That being said, at their March meeting of the Planning Board, they reviewed the growth area resolution in large part due to the creation of 2 new residential zoning districts. And we had a good conversation about how those new districts should interact with your growth resolution. It does add, in the way shown on page 60 of your packet and on the screen, it's described, the addition of the R6 zoning district in various growth areas, as well as a paragraph related to the R10 zoning district. The Planning Board provided a unanimous recommendation to amend the growth area resolution as highlighted in this agenda item. And I just want to say yet again that the proposed amendment and restated resolution, like the original resolution, it does provide important guidance both for property owners, staff, and the Planning Board. That being said, I'm happy to entertain any questions anyone may have.
I've got a couple of comments. One, honestly, I was a little disappointed not to see growth area 10 or R10 in any of the growth areas. It's a relatively common lot size within the town itself. I mean, I guess I can understand potentially the why there, but I just find it that it's not that anomalous of a category that it doesn't make its way into any of these growth areas. The second comment I want to make is concerning R12 in a lot of these growth areas. In my 5 years with the Planning Board, I've not seen a single R12 proposal be well received by essentially anybody, it seems like. Whether it's a standard R12 categorization like Silverwood Farms, there's a lot of pushback against it. Or whether it's even a conditional zoning request that fits in along the R12 type, there's a lot of pushback against it. And so I would almost suggest to see R12 struck from these growth areas to give it more consideration if and when it's proposed throughout town. Those are my 2 comments.
That being said, this is Town Council's document. It can read however you wish for it to read, and I'd be happy to take that direction.
make a motion to strike R12 from the growth areas. Let's start there.
Have a motion on the table. All those in favor say aye.
I got I didn't speak fast enough. I got a question, and sorry. We're still not changing any zoning.
Right.
Right, this is growth area. So really, as somebody comes to get annexed, that's how we grow, right? So the state fixed that. The only way to grow is 100% voluntary, we could suggest, but, right, so, and they're gonna potentially come to us with a suggestion. I know planning board puts a lot of work in these things, and maybe we need certain things to have, but it's kind of irrelevant what it is.
So
If I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but it is, right? So Silverwood Farms, they could have asked for R6, right? Or not? I mean, it didn't exist. Don't get technical. It didn't exist, okay? I gotcha. If they came tomorrow, they could now ask for something, right? That's my only point. I mean, I hear you, because.
Yeah. So like take Silverwood Farms, for example. It came to the planning board, straight R12. It was in the growth area, recommended. So we have to measure or planning board has to measure whether something's reasonable and.
Yeah, it fits.
Consistent.
And consistent with the land use plan. It was. And so, like, essentially, despite people's
Right, I got you.
misgivings or whatever, like perceived issues or problems with it, it was recommended, and so the planning board's hands were a little tied. Whereas I think being pulled, it would give a little bit more discretion, a little bit more measure and nuance to these types of things to then assess and apply.
And where would we see R12? I mean, maybe R12 was a mistake. I mean, the fact that we used it in almost downtown Weaverville the one time it was used was obviously a mistake, or we wouldn't have the Palisades. Is R12 a mistake in its entirety?
Well, it's the main multifamily zoning district.
Well, R3.
R3, but that's limited.
Yeah.
It's not apartments.
Yeah.
Right.
So Jennifer, if you'll remind me, in the community input that we had, I think there was a lot of folks that requested less apartments and more single-family homes. And so, to Mark's point, if we do take that R12 off the growth area, then that would, kind of address the folks who say, enough apartments, we've had enough.
It's already been pulled from several of the growth areas, in particular the Reeves Creek corridor area.
Okay.
We've already pulled it from there.
Okay.
But we certainly can pull it from all of it, from all of the specific growth areas,
But then
and
that
then
would be
perhaps do a
conditional zoning.
second.
Right?
I'm sorry?
But that would lead to conditional zoning, that someone wants to come in and build apartments.
No,
Say
not,
no.
not necessarily, because
Mhm.
this is just where would you, town council, like these zoning districts? So it's still very much a zoning district that could be.
Ask for it. Still could be asked for.
Correct.
And it still be applied.
Yeah, it's just.
It doesn't
It's just
ban
not
it, it just,
listed.
it makes it, at least on the planning board side,
Easier.
harder to say it does not comply with the comprehensive land use plan, doesn't fit with the character of the
Right.
town, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. And if, where I think you might be headed, and I just wanted a clarification, do you want it just struck completely from this document, or perhaps entertain a specific provision that talks about R12, such as the one we've got for R10? It could read, an R12 zoning district is only available when deemed reasonable and appropriate after very careful consideration.
Yeah, it could be
Very
lumped in with the R.
Wonderful.
As is, it could be lumped in with the R10, and those are the two highest density, multi-single family, but I'm gonna come back to R10 here in a second.
I'm okay with the R12, R10 I'm still not.
Yeah, I think tree.
Motion, need to amend the
Yeah,
motion.
yeah, so is there, we do have a motion on the table to remove it. Is there an amendment to add an amendment to that motion to add a specific section on that? On the R12?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
similar to what
Similar
was
to
written for
R10.
like the R10.
Got it.
That'd be well. And are you, like, I wanna make sure, James, you're comfortable with this, cause I know this is coming all fast, and loose.
If you'll bear with me for 30 seconds, please. We landed at R12 in 2017 in large part because the density allowed by Buncombe County. I'm going to ask that we all keep in mind that if we vary too much from them, it's going to create a scenario where they're more likely to go to the county for development approval
And then
and
you have
then
no
ask for
say-so.
water and annexation.
Yeah, that was timing with the loss of the ETJ.
Pay off the water bill and then we figure that out.
And then if that happens, we have no say over the height of the buildings and the number of units and things. It would go more to what the county's rules are, not so much what our rules are.
Well, we're not saying do away with R12.
Yeah,
That's-
and us as a council can recognize that and, you know, course correct.
I just think we have to be mindful, as James said, because of what, you know, the county says. Instead of them coming to us and say, we want to be zoned in and we want to build R12, they'll just say, skip this, we'll go to the county and then just ask for water. So,
I still like it, it's still.
I'm good with that motion on the table, the amended R12, similar to how we've handled R10.
An R12 zoning district is available only where large multifamily residential development is deemed reasonable and appropriate after very careful consideration.
Can I ask one more question? I mean, like, when we vote on things, we can deviate. This is the guidance. We still can go, no, we don't like it, or yeah.
Yeah.
No, we think you should apply for act. Okay.
These
Yeah,
are- these
We're
are-
not tying our hands.
These are
Yeah.
just text amendments.
I guess, I think the potential is when we don't like something, and it could work in our favor to say no to something.
Well, it's easier to say no to go, it doesn't fit the plan.
It doesn't fit the plan.
And then it comes to here with,
We say,
and you
oh, yeah, it
get,
doesn't fit the
planning
plan.
board
We can't-
says,
we
no, we
gotta say
don't.
no.
And then we
Yeah.
overrule them and say we voted for it anyways.
but Mr. Eller, it looks like you still have something you want to say.
No, ma'am.
I think Mark has a motion on the floor.
Just for clarification, can we get what the motion was again?
Yeah.
Just for the record, so.
I'm happy to do that unless
Please.
you would like to.
Yeah, please. No.
Motion to remove R12 from all of the growth, the specific growth areas, which by my calculation is the Gill Branch Valley area, which is growth area 1. And growth area 4, which is the I-26 corridor. I believe it's already removed from all the other ones. And to add a provision that says an R12 zoning district is available only where large multifamily residential development is deemed reasonable and appropriate after very careful consideration.
Motion on the table?
And that's to adopt the resolution with that amendment, sorry.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Bless you.
She's over there. She's hiding over there. Wait.
She's hiding?
Would you start your timer?
Ms. Reese, if you would, real quick though, before you go into your quarterly report, if you'll give them a clarification on your DOT ruling.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So Jennifer Young and I had lunch together, and the subject of the tree came up. And the tree that was proposed to be donated, I did some research on it, and at the base, when it's fully mature, it was 10 to 15 feet in diameter. So it's a very large tree. And without knowing the exact center of where council was proposing to put it, I went up to Main Street today, and Eric and I measured. And we guesstimated where the old tree sat and centered it and measured out 15 feet. And the reason that that measurement is important is because there are some things called designing for sight distance. So there's all kinds of calculations that DOT uses, and they're based on the type of roadway, the intersection, what kind of arterial road that is connecting to an intersection, if this intersection has lights, if it's not lighted. This was a lunch and learn that floated around in my brain from 2023, and I can pass this presentation on to you all. But in it, it has some really good photographs of why things are the way they are and what to avoid to protect our pedestrians and cyclists. So I know everyone here has been on Main Street. People do not use those crosswalks, and you have pedestrians going every which way. So
Can we take the signs down then?
maybe, I mean, if you would like. So there is a picture, James, do you have my picture? The photograph I took today, can you pull that up? So, okay, I'm blind. If you can really see Eric, he is standing there. So I'm standing in the lane, and Eric took a measurement from the center of where we thought the old spruce was at, 15 feet, and you can see where that touches right there. That is to give you a visual representation of what a 15-foot spread would look like. And the reason that I show you this.
Quick question, Ms. Reese?
Yes, sir.
So you measured out from the center point 15 feet?
Yes, sir.
But the 15 feet is the diameter, that would be the radius. You've given it a 30-foot diameter.
So 15-foot spread.
Right, but if you
From the
measured out from the
center
center
of the
point 15 feet, that gives you a 30-foot spread.
Okay, so the visual, if you look, there's some issues with this whole setup here. The triangular map is directly in your sight distance. If you're sitting there trying to turn left onto Main Street, either way, if you're putting that tree that close, Eric is at 15 feet from the very point to the road. And so if what you're saying is half of that, so 7.5 feet is going to put you directly behind that sign.
Okay.
It is the council's purview where you would like to have a tree. DOT.
Just a point of clarification, we don't have that tree anymore.
Yes, sir, I wasn't aware of that until today. So if you have a very large tree, or if you go with a tree that is lighted, like the photos that the town manager showed you, the particular tree, that very large one in Canton, is huge. It is as large as your dice. That photo doesn't do it justice. It's beautiful. That tree, I think, cost around $60,000. There are calculations, as you can see. I will give you this presentation, and again, those are engineering calculations. There are some pictures in this presentation that shows you, and it shows you what happens when you plant something and years later you have a sight distance problem and they start trimming the limbs of it. So our spruce was a representation of that. Other than limbs dying, I don't know, but it looks like a stem with an umbrella. You could move it back into that lot. You would have to remove some other trees. There would be a good place to plant a tree if you were dedicated to that lot. Again, that's council's purview. The report that I did was only different scenarios that I had heard. That was not an all-inclusive investigation of where all this tree could possibly go. It was just a quick reference of, here are some places that I hear that different members were passionate about having it, and maybe the pros and cons as to why you should or should not put it there. I would like to offer up Florida Avenue. If you went with an artificial tree, that is right almost in the center and right on Main Street. You could close that. We closed that last year very successfully for our candlelight stroll. That could be an option. Again, I just wanted to give you some information. I'll give you this presentation, but it's got some diagrams in it, and it shows the distance. I don't think James has this. The distance, it's called a sight triangle. Not that you can see this. I could walk over and show you. Here's a sight triangle. So when you're pulling out, it gives you a 15-foot from where that house is. And again, there's calculations for different speeds on a street and all kinds of things. It's a sight distance.
Yeah.
That this wherever this goes.
Gotcha.
Pastor's Emmanuel, that's gonna be conservative.
I'll pass this to you to let you guys have a look at that, but anywhere you put things like that, and when we're planting bushes or anything, we have to also be mindful of that. I was not aware of this. My first grant was a federal grant, and it was for streetscapes. And I was so excited. I was putting trees, and until they told me I couldn't put them where I was putting them, because DOT would come and cut them down. And so it's not only sight distance problem to avoid crashes, to make our pedestrians more visible, it's also safety. So you're having a distraction, or you're trying to look around, and you may not see that car. And that one, there's a picture, another picture I took, I don't know if James has it, you really cannot see cars coming out of that intersection. And that was me looking through that sign, so I may come back with a recommendation to even relocate the map sign that's up there, because it's just, it's dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you for the options. I thought that was very well done.
We will plant it wherever you have so desire.
I don't have anything to plant.
Or erect, or. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I won't keep you. You've had a very long meeting and a lot of information to digest. I have a handout that I prepared for you for our quarterly report. And I just wanted to call attention that all these things are done by a staff currently of 24 full-time individuals, plus myself. That includes at your water plant, your street sanitation, stormwater, grounds maintenance, water distribution, water treatment, and admin. So for this quarter, it covers December to February. And I will reiterate this. I'm very pleased to report a significant staff achievements across several critical service areas. In addition to managing their daily workloads, the following individuals have successfully earned professional certifications that directly enhance the town's infrastructure and safety. Josh Evans, Physical Chemical 1, David Fisher, Sea Distribution, Clayton Haler, Sea Surface, Jeremy Hyatt, Stormwater Control Measure Inspection and Maintenance, and Thomas Rigo, I think it was Rigo, Sea Surface certifications. What does this mean for our town? The water quality and safety. So the physical, chemical, and surface certifications, they provide our staff with advanced technical knowledge required to treat and monitor our local water supply, ensuring it remains safe and clean for all of our residents. Reliable infrastructure. The Sea Distribution credential ensures our water delivery systems are maintained with expert precision, reducing the risk of service interruptions and leaks. Environmental protections. The SCM inspection and maintenance certification is vital for managing stormwater runoff, preventing local flooding, and protecting our nearby waterways from pollution. Activities of interest this quarter. We're doing some peer training and mentorship. And what that looks like is that we're using our part-time and seasonal retirees. They serve in enhanced roles to provide peer training and mentorship to ensure their specialized skills and knowledge is passed along to the rest of our staff. So there's value in retirees, especially ones who have retired doing the same jobs. So bringing them back and using them in a different capacity as their retirement agreements allow with the state, that is very successful. It's shown successful in other areas. And so I would like to use that here and have implemented that. And they bring a wealth of knowledge and levity to our younger staff. Stormwater management, staff recently attended an illicit discharge training in compliance with our MS4 permit. In North Carolina, an illicit discharge is any substance other than pure stormwater entering into a municipal separate storm sewer system. So there's your 4 S's, MS4, such as dumping paint, oil, or sewage into storm drains. So You're gonna hear a lot more about our stormwater outreach and some events that we have coming up. I will skip over some of these. You got them that the manager already recognized in his report in the invasive plant work day, Arbor Day. I'm gonna give a plug for open house. So if you're curious about what happens behind the scenes to keep our town running smoothly, please come and meet the team that keeps Weaverville hydrated, clean, safe, and beautiful at our first ever Public Works open house. And we're gonna have that on Wednesday, April the 29th, beginning at 3 p.m. at 15 Quarry Road. So you can bring your children, you can bring your family, your friends, come see our trucks, meet your neighbors, and ask the questions about town service, and it's appropriate for all ages. So we would like to encourage everyone to come and attend to see what's going on. At that open house, Mary Roderick with the Land of Sky will be there to do her public outreach piece for stormwater. So there will be a component of stormwater education, so it'll show residents also about, you know, how to properly dispose of their paints and things like that, just to give, you know, residents an idea. Key accomplishments in this quarter: emergency response. Our staff responded to 3 winter events that required them to work around the clock on at least one of them to keep the Weaverville roadways safe and clear for everyone to travel. They completed some old FEMA projects and closed those out. There's a lot of work along the shoulders to repair those back, so all of our FEMA projects are completed. Special projects, you can see evidence of those. One of the largest ones was that ground maintenance with the crew leader, with the supervisor, David Fisher, who's sitting back here in the orange hat, and our crew leader, Tyler Fox. They led a group of the rest of our staff to implement the pavers and the hardscape that you see at the clock lot. And I think he estimated that saved the town, had you had to bid that out, it's about $47,000 for that work. So hats off to them.
That looks really nice.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Let's see here, technology. So this is a new area that I'm introducing to some of my staff. They're being introduced to new technologies, tools, and resources which will reduce paper dependency, improve work order completion accuracy and timelines, and provide enhanced customer service and staff training opportunities. Getting them some new iPads, got them some computers, made them a little space. Administration and finance are coming out with some new tools for different types of work orders that we're going to implement. So it's going to make us more efficient and maybe free up some of this processes that we're doing. It definitely will help us with some training and future classes. Should I have them do online classes, that there's a space now dedicated for those folks to be able to do that. Yes. So some quick statistics, leaf and brush collections. We're doing that bi-weekly using the new grapple truck to manage the high volumes of residential yard waste. We did some holiday event support with the Weaverville Holiday Parade and the Candlelight Stroll, and most recently the Shamrock Festival. Downtown beautification, they installed seasonal decorations and supported setup for the community-facing holiday events. Now here's the statistics you probably are a little more interested in. So water production, the daily average usage, and this is an average of 3 months, is 599,170 gallons a day, which reflects 33.93% of the plant's capacity at 1.5 million gallons a day. Randall has completed the water quality report data, and we expect that to be available to view on the town's website by the end of April. The generator at the raw water pump station should be up and running by the end of April. The chlorine conversion project, it did experience some minor delays due to the tank configuration and lead time on the delivery. The concrete has, some of it's been poured, but it will be completed by the end of next month. And the current completion date for that part of the project right now is fall of 2026. The town continues to wait for state approval for the plans for the water treatment plant expansion project. Once those plans are approved, the next milestone will be bidding. So that's when you guys will get a engineer's probable estimate of construction. So that'll be of use to you. And unfortunately, it's probably not gonna be before your budget. We could pray. Water distribution, those folks stay busy. They repaired an average of 2 main water line breaks per month. That you would think, oh, that's not a lot. That's very good, because they are really on top of keeping things maintained. And those are not just tiny lines, those are like large lines, like 8 inches or greater. They average 3,332, did you have a budget? Okay. They average reading meters, 3,332 water meters each month. They're performing an average of 144 service calls a month, and that consists of rereads, flow, pressures, anything that a customer calls in could be wrong, or that our staff recognizes as, hey, there could be something wrong, go out there and check that. They are hanging an average of 45 door tags per month, and that's to notify customers. It's to give them one more layer of notification that your water could be off. I would like to also put a plug in for Code Red. It will not solve all the problems, but Code Red is a very good tool for any of our water customers to enroll and use, because that is one thing that we do. We draw a map around their area. If there's going to be an outage, we can give them any kind of message. So that's a very good tool. If anyone is not enrolled, they should consider that. They're performing an average of 281 water utility service locates each month. That's an important number. That will be an important number going forward, because that number is increasing and increasing. The more growth, the more of those calls come in. And sometimes they made me aware of this the other day, that sometimes just because they call in one call, if that developer doesn't get to that for 2-3 weeks, they may call in another call. So we're repeating. And that we can't pick and choose. So once we get a call, we've got maybe 3 days to go out and fill it. So it is taking up a significant amount of their time. Project Stony Knob Waterline Replacement Project is nearing completion. They will be doing their bacteria testing this week. So hopefully that's going to be absorbed in and come online. A total of 188 residential and 16 commercial backflow and cross connection inspections have been scheduled with HydroCorp at the end of March and first week of April. There was some hiccup with not residents saying that they did not receive notices. We had a meeting with HydroCorp. They sent it out. We don't know. That is not acceptable level of service to me nor to the town. And so we're going out ahead of this, and there are some notifications going out. We're going to do some social media on it, but they are planning, the technician that will be conducting these, his name is Jonathan Dillard. He is with HydroCorp. Tuesday, March 31st through Wednesday, March 20, let's see here. They've got 331 through 325. I think it's 325 through 331. They're going to be doing the residential notifications. So they're going to be out checking. We have a list. That is not a public list to share because it is water data, but there is a list of residents that they will check. They will also check about, 16 commercial businesses. And that backflow and cross connection program, it's a requirement that we do so many per year to check them. If anyone's not familiar, you have to have certain devices on your water system to ensure, so say it's a funeral home, to ensure that if we have a water line break, when a water line breaks, it acts like a vacuum sometimes, and it can pull whatever's in those pipes into the main water supply. You have to have certain devices on your homes and businesses that prevent that from happening. It's a way to prevent contamination. So just think if it was a medical center or some other thing that's putting, that has potential to suck those chemicals back in, that's why we do this. Moving on. We are receiving technical assistance through a program administered by North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, so NCDEQ, to assist us with public water system compliance. And that is, you've heard a lot of talk in the last couple of years about the lead and copper rule. Everyone is required to abide by that, and we got off to a really good start. You have to go out and check every service line to see what materials it's made out of. And so this company, 120 Water, was actually solicited by DEQ to come and help small municipalities with this task, because it's a very large task. It's a lot of data, a lot of man hours, and a lot of reporting. So we met with 120 Water. We have an agreement with them. There's no cost to the town to do this, and they're gonna help us do about, I think it's around 600 more customers. So that's gonna get us and push us to that finish line. So I think it's an October date that we're gonna be complying with. Streets and stormwater, we got some paving. So far, the initial amounts paid were 5,400 linear feet of streets. And those streets included, let's see here, Park Avenue, College Crescent, Aileron Drive, Harback Drive, Oak Street, Sunset Drive, Willamette Circle, Waterleaf Drive, and Hamburg Drive. Additional paving will include the part of Lakeshore Drive from Quarry Road to Merriman, and then some of the spaces that you heard the manager talk about earlier this evening, with redoing some curbing and some additional handicap spaces, about 6 of them up at different areas on Main Street. Lake Louise culvert repair, we talked to those folks today, C&T Paving. They had to stop work. Their equipment was sinking down into the mud, and we don't want to damage the pipe that we just put in, so they had to let it dry out. And then there was some unfortunate events that affected their business. They are supposed to be on site this week to finish fixing the trail the correct way. It looks a little weird now. They're going to take that up. So that hopefully that's going to be done within the next 2 weeks. And if something happens, I will give you an update this week. Stormwater repairs, they are averaging approximately 11 drain pipes and structure repairs per month. And when I say they, I really mean one. So we have one stormwater employee. He is supplemented by our street department. We have, I'm going to think, 5 employees who are CDL certified, so some of this equipment they're operating, we have to have staff who have the ability to operate this larger equipment. So we share, and they help each other out, and it is very amazing. The stormwater technician is averaging about 35 miles sweeping streets and curbs every month. Sanitation, important date, mark your calendars. Leaf collection will end for this season, May 1st. May 1st. We have started back bi-weekly collection schedule, and May 1st is your date. We're gonna end it there, and then we'll pick it back up in October. Our mowing season is upon us, so we have to cut it off to transition to our other activities. Let's see here. Automated garbage truck, the thing, the tool, the equipment that keeps giving. We met with owners of Carolina Environmental Services, MAC representatives, Shelley Mac mechanics, engineers, and fabricators. So everybody that could touch this truck all met at a shop, including the town managers. And we all talked about the problems with this truck and reiterated our service delivery is very important to us. And we, at no cost to the town, is what we have requested, that they are going to modify our current truck and fix it to where it has a tandem axle on it. So they have taken it back to their shop to where they can refabricate it. The manager, I'll give this to our town manager, thank goodness for him, he understands these large vehicles and how they're put together. So he hardballed them, so we're gonna get a warranty out of this. They're gonna reset our warranty because we've had it off the road more times than on. So hopefully this is gonna be a solution. So the truck you see operating now is a freebie. We are using that until they give us our truck that works back. And so hopefully, we're gonna put this problem to bed, and that everyone will be happy, and we will actually have a truck that we can use moving forward. Speaking of, we're picking up an average of 9,749 stops per month, and that's at 4 per resident, so I'm counting with a little clicker, just to make sure. Set outs, there's about 95 set outs per week for the month of February. A set out is, you don't just get on a list, you have to have a medical necessity to be on that list, and it's for our elderly or handicapped. And that's when we have a person in a truck actually go out and go to their door to collect their trash. It's just to help our aging residents out and persons who are infirm. Tonnage, we averaged 130.13 tons of solid waste to the landfill per month. 27.2 pounds were collected per point per week. So it's about, you're looking at almost a 30-pound bag of trash from each point per week. 233 cubic yards of brush were chipped per month as an average, and an average of 280 cubic yards of leaf matter was collected. Special projects, in addition, we are talking about the clock plot. David Fisher has advised me that was about $28 per square foot had you had to pay that. So I will not bore you any further. If you have any questions, I am here for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And sir, I will recalculate my math because apparently I'm a C student in math too.
And I will be riding the trash truck with the crew April 7th. April 7th, I'll be riding the trash truck with your crew.
Can I get a motion to go into closed meeting?
Motion could read to go into closed session under General Statute 143-318.11A3 to consult with an attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege, which is hereby acknowledged. Under 143-318.11A5 to establish and/or instruct negotiating agents concerning compensation or other material terms of the price or other terms of a contract for the real property purchase, and compensation or other material terms of an employment agreement. And under 143-318.11A6 to review and discuss confidential personnel matters.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm a real nice guy.
Meet you in the conference room.
Can I get back in?
In a few minutes.
I'm gonna run home, but I'll be back. Thanks.
Yes.
Sabrina, that's what I was trying to figure out.
So when she
Yeah.
decided that she needed to sue,
Right,
she went to Chad.
yeah.
We gotta rotate these chairs, because whenever someone's talking, Phil and I are always on camera, so I think everybody's gotta share that.
Just so you know, I'm never
We're the
leaving
best
this
looking,
corner.
so there you go.
You can rotate all you want. I'll just sit right here then. I block myself behind Jennifer.
your lap.
You come sit in my lap.
I can't even get behind Mark.
So I'll tell you something, because I gave Al his props and I like Al, but he would play this trick that we go into closed session and talk about nothing, somebody would leave, so we could come back to public session and talk without people bothering us, but now that it's all taped, it really doesn't matter.
She said no live.
Oh, we're live, thanks. Oh, great, you were trying to tell me that.
All right, motion to re-enter open session.
Yeah, that's already done.
Do we want to announce anything, or?
Yes, I think we should.
You need to, I mean, if you want to do it tonight, it's a vote.
Let's do that. So I move to raise Scotty's, the town manager's salary to $152,500 with a retention bonus awarded in the amount of $2,500. Say now.
Lump sum. We
Yeah,
should go
lump
with it.
sum.
Lump sum, it'll be on the.
That'd be just a
Yeah.
next paycheck.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
All in-
All in favor?
Aye.
Any further business come before council? Need to adjourn?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks for staying late, guys.
Thank you. That was a big one.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.